Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Environmental Safety's first meeting of 2023. I am Sheena Brooks, the board's administrative liaison and board clerk. And first off, I would like to introduce our staff that are joining us and thank each of them for their assistance in setting up today's meeting. The Board of Environmental Safety staff, Swati Sharma, the executive officer, Greg Forrest, our BES attorney, Jessica Swan, our ombuds, OEIM staff, Matt Cummings, and David Ryan, and our CSUS staff, Gabriella Cinquini and Sue Woods, Cal Recycle, Abe Myers, Joaquin Murrieta, Josh Levesky, and our CIT staff, Jeanette Hernandez and Leticia Reyna. This meeting is being recorded, and by your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is January 26, 2023 at 9:10 a.m., and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you, Sheena. Will you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeannie Rizzo,
Present.
Sushma Bhatia,
Here.
Georgette Gomez,
Here.
Alexis Strauss-Hacker,
Present.
Lizette Ruiz.
Present.
All members are present. A quorum is established. I will now review some logistical items for this meeting. For those of you joining us on Zoom, I would like to instruct everyone to select their preferred language option so that you will be able to fully participate in today's meeting. And to do so, everyone needs to select the interpretation icon on your Zoom toolbar, which is located at the bottom of your screen. Here you will see three options. Please select your language preference at this time by selecting either English or Spanish. If you select Spanish, you will be placed in the Spanish interpretation room. Please note, if you do not see the interpretation icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. For participants who have joined in person and would prefer to participate in this meeting in Spanish, we have headsets located at the back of the room. You can head there now and a staff person will assist you. For those of you joining us in the room and will be following along on Zoom, again, please ensure that both your speaker and microphones are on mute. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish, and those phone numbers are provided to you now on the slide. They will be provided in the chat, and they are also posted on our website. We will now hear one of our interpreters provide these instructions for us in Spanish.
Muy buenos días a todos y muchas gracias por estar ahora en esta junta del día de hoy que se está dando enero 26, 2023. Estamos comenzando ahora a las 9:10 de la mañana. Yo soy Sheena Brooks, soy la anfitriona de esta junta el día de hoy y vamos a pasar un poco sobre algunas logísticas, reglas de logísticas de la plataforma de Zoom y también en persona. Si usted va a seleccionar un lenguaje preferido, sea en el español o en inglés, usted puede buscar un icono que se va a encontrar abajo de su pantalla y usted puede seleccionar sea el español o el inglés. Si usted no puede mirar un icono que esté abajo de la pantalla, quizás usted ocupe actualizar su plataforma de Zoom o su equipo que tenga. También, por favor, de mantener en mente que usted tenga que tener su micrófono y su pantalla enmudada y cerrada. Si usted se está juntando por la plataforma de Zoom, también si usted solamente quiere hacer la llamada por teléfono, usted puede ver el número de teléfono que está puesto aquí en la diapositiva enfrente de la pantalla y usted puede hacer esa llamada y encontrar los números también dentro del chat. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. We would like to thank again both Leticia and Jeanette who are interpreting today's meeting for us in Spanish. And a few more logistical items, evacuation information. Please look around now and identify 2 exits closest to you. In some cases, an exit may be behind you. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to evacuate this room. Please take your valuables with you and do not use the elevators. While staff will endeavor to assist you to the nearest exit, you should also know that you may find an exit door by following the ceiling-mounted exit signs. Evacuees will exit down the stairways and possibly to a relocation site across the street. If you cannot use stairs, you will be directed to a protective vestibule inside a stairwell. Should we have to relocate out of the building, please obey all traffic signals and exercise caution crossing the street. Housekeeping, the drinking fountain and restrooms are located out the doors at the back of the room. Go to the left, then left past the glass sculpture hanging from the ceiling. The drinking fountain and restrooms are located there on the right. Meeting materials are provided on the registration table at the room entrance. They can also be found on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Closed captions are enabled, and you can move the caption display or turn them off altogether. The chat function will be enabled, and we ask that the chat function be reserved for submitting public comment and not for side conversations. I would also like to remind everyone that we are recording today's session and a recorded Zoom. All chat becomes part of the recorded record, so please be mindful of that. For those joining us on Zoom, please stay muted throughout the meeting unless you are making a comment. And we also ask that you turn off your video cameras unless you are making a comment to ensure that there is enough internet bandwidth. And we are looking forward to hearing from the public throughout the meeting and have scheduled times on the agenda to do so. There are several different ways in which you can participate. For in-person participants wishing to be recognized for comment, please raise your hand to prevent a line from forming at the podium, and I will call you up individually. For those joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand on your Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone. If you have joined the Spanish channel by phone, please wait for the interpreters to provide instructions. We ask that when it is your opportunity to comment, you speak at an even pace to ensure all participants can hear you. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you may use the chat function or submit it to us via email at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And to ensure that all members of the public who wish to do so get to speak, we ask that you take no longer than 3 minutes to make a comment. If you anticipate that your comment will be longer than 3 minutes and would like to request a time extension from the board chair, please do so at the start of your comment. To manage time, we will let you know when there are 30 seconds remaining and then when the 3 minutes are up. The time allotted will be doubled for participants expressing their comment in Spanish to allow for translation. If you're commenting in Spanish, please let us know at the start of your comment. That concludes the introductory review for today's meeting. I will now hand it over to Chair Rizzo for agenda item number 2.
All right, thank you so much, Sheena, and welcome everyone to the first Board of Environmental Safety meeting in 2023. Okay, there was no cheering in the room. I just want it noted. Anyway, it's been 10 months since our first board meeting on March 30th, 2022, and we have so appreciated the tremendous and determined public engagement in our work. Community activists, nonprofit organizations, regulated businesses, colleagues in environmental health and justice have shown up, invited us to their communities, participated in multiple workshops and meetings, sent us letters and photos, and made it clear the stakes are high and matched by expectations that we deliver on the promise of SB 158. We take our challenges and recommendations seriously and with open hearts and minds. I want to speak on behalf of all the board members and our soon-to-be growing staff. I want to thank you. While there is much accumulated frustration and eagerness for immediate action up and down the state, I hope you will agree that progress is being made. We're on the path. We're all here together. There are over 100 people on Zoom and in the room today, and I think that speaks to the interest in this. Since we gathered last November in Bakersfield, where we reported on the community-led site tours, we have continued to hold workshops to inform the development of our proposed permit appeals process, which we will have another in-depth discussion about today, and I have a sense that many of you in the room are here for that conversation. Board members Ruiz and Hacker with Attorney Forrest have been working nonstop to advance this board priority. They'll provide the timeline and walk you through the process where we are today. We'll then take a break for lunch if we're close to that hour, because by then you'll all need sustenance, and that'll happen somewhere If we wind up with extra time, we'll rearrange the agenda, but we'll be returning from lunch somewhere around 1 p.m. So I've been working with DTSC leadership on DTSC priorities for 2023, which is part of the mandate for the board to approve the priorities for the following year and then to evaluate and assess the delivery on those promises. So Dr. Meredith Williams will provide an in-depth report out at after our lunch break. SB 158 requires that the board of directors approve priorities and essentially, as I said, evaluate the department and the programs based on the performance to those priorities. There will be ample opportunity for public comment after that presentation, which we will all take into consideration as a board discussion, and then the board will take a vote. So given our start date, I just want to clarify for those who have asked, we were not involved in the 2022 priority development or approval. But over the course of the last 9 months, we have received briefings on the most urgent of the issues facing the department, and they are incorporated into the plan that you will hear today from Dr. Williams. There will be, as I said, adequate public comment time and discussion by the board and a vote. We will also then hear from Member Bhatia on our proposed operating plan. Again, workshops were conducted, public input was considered and incorporated, and this is an opportunity now also for the board to be engaged in a robust discussion about the operating plan. So we're all looking forward to that. We'll hear from our executive officer, Shamra, and note that we will be deferring presenting the board's priority document until the next meeting. That's on your agenda. But we felt after working with Dr. Williams on the DTSC priorities, we need to take a step back and really ensure that our own priorities assist with the implementation of her priorities. So EO Sharma will further report on hiring and contracts and all the administrative things that keep her busy 24/7. So we appreciate the requests and comments that have been provided to us directly and to our Ombuds program. For those who've been following us know that we're standing up the Ombuds program with Jessica Swan. We fully recognize that folks have been waiting on us to set up the process and procedures. And now where we are is we've established the process and procedures that we feel are the most effective, and we're working with the DTSC senior teams because referrals need to go to them when they come into us where appropriate. So we need to know who are the respondents to most of the issues raised, and we're working on that. So take comfort in knowing that Jessica has documented every request and comment and issue that have been raised. So we haven't lost anything that you've already submitted. They're on the master list, and there were a couple of more emergency or urgent issues that we did already deal with. But you'll be hearing much more in depth at the March meeting. Board members will have an opportunity to report out on their priority areas and liaison work and identify any issues they would like on future agendas. That'll be towards the end of the meeting. We've requested a report on our March 9th meeting on the progress of the hazardous waste management report. So we're hoping and expecting that we'll have an opportunity at the March meeting to discuss that report. The development and also the development of the EJAC and tribal engagement. You'll hear more from Alexis Hacker on her work in terms of tribal engagement. And I think most of you know there's been a change in personnel overseeing the that part of DTSC that deals with the EJAC, and we'll be working with the interim on that. And we've already had a pre-meeting where there's tremendous enthusiasm for our two members, Gomez and Ruiz, to work with the DTSC staff on the EJAC. So we're very happy about that. And we'll also be expanding our tribal engagement work. So we fully anticipate working towards a March meeting also to to approve the permit appeals. So think about March, get it on your calendar. It's March 9th, right? Okay. March 9th, put that on your calendar. That'll be another decision-making meeting for us. There'll be an opportunity for public items not on the agenda towards the end of our meeting. We're rotating when we have that segment, since various members of the public have expressed preferring it at different times. So rather, we can't have multiple times for that. So we've allocated it this afternoon. It'll be at around 3:30 for those of you on Zoom who are tracking that. And it depends on how long other items take. So reminder that we routinely post for open positions at the Board of Environmental Safety. And I think those of you who work for the state know, and I want our general public to know, that there's tremendous and fierce competition for hiring, especially in the field that we're in. DTSC is hiring some of the same positions that we're hiring. So, and that goes across Cal EPA, other state agencies. So really look at it. If there's anybody that you know, please, we have Aaron here from HR. If anybody wants to talk to him about what that looks like. We are interviewing for hazardous waste engineer, environmental scientist, and other positions, but it's been a slog. So we really encourage you, when you see a posting, to share it on your social media, to tell your friends and colleagues about it, and to think about that person for whom it is time to be in service. And you may very well identify somebody that you want to refer to us in the state. We three members of the board who are appointed by the governor, and that's Alexis Strauss-Hacker and Sushma Bhatia and myself, will appear before Senate Rules Committee on February 1st, seeking referral to the full Senate for confirmation. So if you support that, great. And if you don't, it's a good day to go to the beach. Okay, so we know that we're about to go into the most popular topic on our agenda, and that's the permit appeal process. You'll be hearing, remember that the committee members are Alexis Hacker and Lizette Ruiz. Lizette is the chair of that committee, ably supported, masterfully supported by our staff attorney, Greg Forrest, a very, very essential and necessary part of our team. So I'm going to turn it over to them now and get ready for permit appeals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rizzo. Good morning, members of the board and members of the audience. Thank you for joining us today. As many of you know, Member Strauss-Hacker and I, along with our board counsel, Gregory Forrest, have held several workshops from August through December 2022. The first August workshop was in Sacramento, followed by September workshop in Berkeley. In October, we had one through Zoom. On November, we had one in Bakersfield. And throughout this process, we've also had, asked for comments from those who have been unable to attend, either through email or through a comments page that we set up on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov/comments/. So through these workshops and subsequent discussions at our board meetings, we have been able to gather information and, more importantly, direction from you all on how to update the standards governing the appeals of permit decisions by DTSC. Through this process, we seek to follow our mandate specified within Senate Bill 158 to carry out the board's authority to hear and decide appeals of hazardous waste facility permit decisions in a fair and efficient manner. On December 1st, we were able to put out draft documents outlining the proposed permit appeals process well ahead of our December 12th board meeting. At that meeting, we heard from you and the board members, which led to another version of the regulation and related documents that we put on our website on December 22nd. Since then, we have received comments from our constituents and have worked on tribal consultation, through which we reached out to 180 tribes throughout the state of California, whom we were able to call and send tailored letters to. As Cal EPA will ultimately sign off on the proposed changes to the rulemaking process, We have an obligation to coordinate with them for comments which we only recently received. Considering that much appreciated and useful comments and the extent of revisions that we felt were necessary just in the last few days, we could not in good conscience ask you, the public, or our board colleagues to participate today with the proposed revisions released the day prior. We really want these sessions to be productive and to give you all something that we have not finalized would not have accomplished this purpose. So today we are not going to be going through our proposed regulations with the level of detail that many of you mostly probably anticipated. At this point, I'd like to ask my colleague, board member Alexis Strauss-Hacker, to explain our proposed next steps. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Liz. As you can see on this slide, we are shortly going to turn to any public comments that those in the room and those participating via Zoom would like to offer. I'm going to summarize where we are at this point and set out the deadlines again that you see here. As Liz just noted, with having just received comments that merited further review and discussion among us as a subcommittee, we're going to turn those comments around. I'd like to get into 4 particular issues with you today, but we're going to turn those comments around and produce a draft and post it on February 10th. And then we ask for any final comments by February 24th. We realize that we're going to have to be more like the vice principal here and say that after February 24th, we are not in a position to consider additional comments. Although we value the intent and the substance of the comments that we've received very recently, it was impossible to turn those comments around and get a new draft for everybody to work from this morning. We're going to be discussing that at our board meeting March 9th, and if the board is so inclined to give us direction, we will move forward from the March 9th board meeting in San Diego to the emergency rulemaking process through Cal EPA, which we have begun. As Liz noted, we have, of course, being a part of Cal EPA, have been in consultation with them. As you can see from the work that we had posted, we have addressed many aspects of creating an entirely new permit appeal process, even though some elements warrant further deliberation among us. In talking with our chair as we prepare for our Senate confirmation hearing, you had said reform includes change as envisioned by the legislature. And so here we are embarked on a changed process, and we are striving to make it work for a host of different constituencies. The 4 areas where we are going to spend some more time crafting language and changing our draft are as follows. First, there's certain points of clarification and simplification that people have pointed out to us that bear further thought, and we welcome that. An example of that would be for us to be clearer at each stage of the permit appeal process what standard of review applies at this particular stage. We were not always precise enough, I would say. Second, I'll come back to this in greater detail, CEQA. We had not really considered how people interpreted our application of CEQA in different ways, and we need to clarify that further, and indeed take direction from the board, which we may receive today, as well as your comment. Thirdly, we need to be clearer about how the timing of different stages of the permit appeal process play out, and what the board does at each of those stages. The clearer we can be in English and in other languages, the more transparent and understandable it is for all parties who play in the permit appeal arena. And lastly, I had not been aware, and we as a team need to consider, if a permit is stayed in total at the time of appeal, we need to look at the existing reg regarding that stay and propose how we as a board go forward. There are different options for us, but I hadn't even contemplated that, and we had not addressed it, and therefore we need to do so. So we are going to go through, as you can see here today, a new draft. Let me turn back to the second item I mentioned, the CEQA topic. I have a basic understanding of how DTSC's permitting function deals with CEQA. It is dealt with among a host of other different factors, and there is a team within Wayne Lorenzen's operation that focuses on CEQA. We don't feel, as a subcommittee at this point, that we have the current capacity to deal fully with CEQA on appeal. It would take a different organizational structure. It would take a different investment. And with the staffing and budget that we have received as a new organization, we are not in the position to become a wholesale CEQA-like entity. But we are more than open to your comments and how we could explore this in the future. For example, as we begin to hear appeals upon our reg taking effect, we would compile a record of the CEQA issues that we encounter. When our chair reports back to the legislature at mid-year, this could be an element that we comment upon, but certainly we can continue to track the extent to which there are CEQA issues on appeal. So at present, what I'm signaling is just as a subcommittee and not as an entire board, we would like our regulation to more clearly signal that we don't envision an expansive role of CEQA on appeal with this board. This would, in the way we might craft it, allow DTSC to issue its notice of determination on the statute of limitations and allow that CEQA process to play out with some certainty for those folks engaged there. And we felt, as a small team, that our process is not the place at this time to exhaust CEQA remedies for the foreseeable future. We're very much focused on trying to do our best to get this regulation to be clear and effective, to be transparent with the public, and within the very small team that we have, to be able to launch this emergency regulation and hear the 2 pending appeals in the months to come. And I'm saying, just on reflection, that we don't think we could handle an entirely separate portfolio of CEQA, given how it could play out. So we welcome your comments on that, and we would intend to proceed in the way that I've described, but I'm also asking our board members and you and those participating by Zoom to give us your comments on this. So to sum up, and I'm going to then turn to the board for any clarifying questions and then turn to you for public comment. We are going to be preparing a new draft based on the comments we have and the comments we received today. We ask that that new draft be considered and that we will review and accept all comments until February 24th and not thereafter. And that will give us the time to be prepared and to post the necessary documents for our March 9th meeting. So let me just check in with anything you want to add.
Nothing from me, thanks.
With that, let me just ask the board if they have any clarifying questions.
I think it would be useful, and I don't know if you're prepared to do that. Literally, I just want to say thank you for the comments. The timing, as pointed out, in 24, 36 hours, we couldn't possibly deal with all of them. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to have a little more discipline next time. And so we ask you all to hear the calendar dates that Alexis gave you and to abide by those. And I realize it's hard because you have to do an in-depth assessment and you all have to go through it with a fine-tooth comb. And we appreciate that. At the end of this, we want it to be right. So we balanced late with right, and we decided we were going to accept the fact that we had to delay this. That said, are there sections of the permit appeal process that you do want to go over or make comment on that you were planning on presenting and solicit specific input on any section? I don't know what the outcome of your meeting yesterday, because we're honoring we haven't all talked about this together because we can't. So you're watching me actually ask the actual question. Are you prepared, Greg, Lizette, Alexis, to go through any of these in the next bit of time? Do you want general comments now, and then we'll go into specifics? How do you want to proceed?
So I just wanted to say that we've really tried here to provide the public with the actual written documents. You know, we went through a process in the early stages where it was more sort of conceptual, theoretical. We didn't really give any indication of, you know, where we were coming down on issues until somewhat more recently with the December 1st draft. At that point, I think things really picked up in terms of your engagement because you're able to really see these and think about them and apply them, often as attorneys do, to your experience. And we really did have a goal today of providing another draft, but the timing that we had with comments that we received very recently, as you've heard, just really made that impossible. And in order to be as productive as we can in these, we want to, you know, have a draft that we can all go through together. But in order to do that, we at least have to be together and have something that is not a work in progress, that's something that, you know, we feel like we can stand behind and explain, and that, you know, we've agreed upon it at least at our level. So there's a little bit of internal working that, you know, just takes time. And with this meeting, it just kind of got jammed up to a point where we couldn't do that. And also, there's new issues that are being raised. You know, I mean, there's a lot to this. This board is quite different from what the DTSC permit appeals team was in a lot of different ways. And so it's just caused us to realize that there's other things to think about, other aspects of this. To answer your question, Chair Rizzo, I would say by and large, the comments that we've received are just suggestions and recommendations for how we can better implement our intent, which is along the very same lines of structure that you've seen already. So just as in the past process, there's an initial phase where there's a determination made about whether the petition for review meets a certain threshold standard. Later on, there's a standard that applies to the merits. And probably the biggest correction that we've made at this point is to clarify that, to make that initial phase much more concise, limited, and to avoid a situation where we're reaching issues in that initial phase that are far beyond standing and exhaustion of remedies. Those are really the issues that we think should be raised and considered at that point. And our regulation that you saw previously had muddled that a bit. So that's probably the biggest change. But there are some others too along the lines of timing. I think Member Strauss-Hacker really identified the policy type issues quite well. But this document, by and large, is about legal process, more mechanical. And so I think for the lawyers here, you know, do you understand where I'm going with this? I mean, there's legal implications of word choices, and a document like this, a reg like this, every word matters. And so it takes a little bit of time. It's an evolutionary process. And I think, you know, we're very, very close. We were almost there today, just didn't quite make it. So, but we're happy to answer questions. We know some of the issues that have been raised, and so we're happy to engage in any questions that you have on that.
Great. Do board members have any clarifying questions for the committee or Greg?
I have a clarifying question. So are we assuming that all the comments that we recently received are going to be incorporated in this new draft, or how is that being determined?
We three, Liz, Greg, and I, are going to continue our weekly meetings and deliberations around the comments we've received. There are some where it seems like the three of us agree that it's common sense to adjust the wording or the timing or to simplify something. There are some comments that I would say, based on our discussions yesterday, when the first time the three of us got to see these, that we don't agree with. And I would expect that going into our March 9th board meeting, we would be able to be clear with you about that.
Okay, so that would be reflected on the document in terms of these are new comments that we're considering, or these two comments that came in that we don't recommend?
One
That's going to be
Yeah.
noted in the draft?
We could do that. What we've done to date is Greg has done a red line strikeout version, and we could do that from the version that was posted on December 22nd. And that way you could see a red line strikeout version as well as the public, and a clean copy of what we're proposing.
Yeah,
You
that
have
would be great. That would be
And
appreciated.
obviously, everybody would need to have that well in advance per our deadlines for the March 9th meeting.
Thank you.
So you're saying, just let's repeat the timeline again? It's on the screen. Oh, there you go. Okay. February 10th, new draft, mark it on your calendars. New comment deadline, February 24th. What did you call yourself, like a assistant principal or something? And then they will work feverishly between February 24th and March 9th, but the documents will be posted in advance of the meeting or very close to the meeting, and copies will be available. So if you all bear that in mind when you're thinking about your interest and enthusiasm for this. Okay. Other board questions before we go to public questions and comments? Pushma? Swat? No?
First of all, thank you, Alexis, Liz, Greg. I've heard you talk about the evolution of the appeals process over the last 2 or 3 board meetings. I can only see the amount of work that's gone in, so thank you. I'm also particularly impressed by the tribal outreach you've done, and I'd love to learn how you've done that and apply that to the operating plan. So thanks. Third is I also like this approach that we're being thoughtful, even though the comments have come in late, to make sure we are considering them and putting our best intent forward. So thank you for that. Now, with that being said, I have 2 questions. One is a very tactical clarification question. There is a draft version up on our website that's December 22nd, but you do not want public comment on that version. You're asking folks to hold comments until they see the version that will be posted on Feb 10th. So that's the first clarification.
We welcome comments today.
Okay.
Because I think a large number of people had expressed interest in that topic. And in addition to the comments that we've received online, we would like to welcome any comments. There are many aspects of the December 22nd draft that will remain recognizable. Our structure of the regulation, the standing order, and the 2 forms we created are things we're going to look at and edit, but they will be recognizable to you, I hope, even as we clarify and simplify certain things, and as we address the 4 categories that I mentioned really need more thought from us. I was planning to talk about tribal engagement this afternoon during board member reports, but I'll just very quickly say that with our board clerk, Sheena Brooks, with Liz, with Jessica, and we looked at the governor's executive orders, we looked at the Cali PA tribal consultation policy and the DTSC tribal consultation policy. We took existing spreadsheets that listed all of the federally recognized tribes in California, to which about 100, to which we added the 80 or so state-recognized tribes per the policy, and endeavored to contact every one of them to confirm that we had the correct tribal chair and the correct email. And to them, our chair sent out, with Sheena's expertise, a tailored letter to each of those confirmed recipients. For the remaining 80, we couldn't confirm the tribal chair or the email address. And so a tailored letter was mailed out with Sheena and Jessica's help, with assistance from Cali PA's Jeff Seltzer. So we are in the midst of that 30-day tribal consultation policy. I can talk about that later today, but one thing I commend to you is that we now have an updated spreadsheet as opposed to something that was a few years out of date. So that will be useful to the department and to the agency as well. Pardon? And we met with a representative from the Elk Valley Rancheria in response to the tribal consultation letter that the tribe received. It's likely I will also be presenting around February 16th to the EPA Regional Tribal Operations Committee that's meeting, I think, at Cabazon in Southern California. So there'll be more opportunities for informal engagement. At March 9th meeting, we'll let you know if there was any formal government-to-government consultation. But I'll talk about that more later.
I have one more question, if I may, but one quick comment before I jump into the question. I want to add to the comment that Georgette made. When we get back together as a board in March, would be great to understand which comments were not incorporated in and the rationale for it, so we can have a discussion as a board. So that's my comment. In terms of the question, can you speak a little bit to the timeline after March? So assuming that at the March meeting, we come together, we align on the permit appeals process, and we go into emergency reg development, what do you anticipate being our timeline and process for reviewing the appeals?
So I think there's two possible scenarios there. Best case scenario would be that the February 10th draft, which we put out, which we do anticipate at least internally will be what we feel like is a final product. Best case scenario is that we get a lot of confirmation from comments on the 24th, and that way, at the March 9th meeting, we can essentially take final action. And if we do that, then the process to put that into emergency regulations is a very, very quick one. So that would happen within a matter of a couple of weeks. So that would be the best case scenario. On the other hand, if we have the kind of comments like we had most recently, where we're having to rethink, in a more major way, then, we'll have to discuss that on March 9th and get some direction on that, and probably have to do a subsequent draft. So that's, I think, the likely two options there. And if we have to do a subsequent draft, then it probably means either a special meeting after March 9th or that April meeting for final adoption.
And then you take those, am I correct? You then take those and they go through the legal review at OLC and Cal EPA, correct?
Yeah, good news is we have started that already. So, and that's largely why we're making such major changes. So we're getting that out of the way now. So I think that's really the good news here. And we don't anticipate that when we go through that again, that, we're going to have to change course in the way that we have. So, And I don't, changing course is probably overstating it. I mean, I think that what we really ended up with here was just something that was much more clear, that took out a lot of the ambiguity that was there. And, when you produce a red line like that, it looks like there's a lot of changes. I think actually, as you read it, when you see it here in the next couple of weeks, you'll see that it's very consistent with our approach, but it does now reflect some thought in some areas that are some new concepts, Alexis Strassacker already mentioned, policy-wise, what the new material will look like. Otherwise, I think what you'll find is that it's really clarification of what we've done previously.
Just a quick question. I just want to make sure. I think we're constantly going to be getting comments, and I'm assuming there'll be perhaps substantial comments on March 9th. I just want to clarify, on March 9th, we are adopting the regulations regardless if there's substance or not. I just feel like we're going to have to cut it eventually, right?
We do. I'm hopeful that if the draft that we post and the comments we receive are satisfactory to the board on March 9th, the board would direct that the package go forward through Cal EPA for the Secretary's signature, and then on to OAL and the Secretary of State, the usual emergency reg adoption process. That said, there is legitimate public comment on all board meetings. And so at the time that we hear that comment on March 9th, there may be things that the board wishes to change that we could change in the course of adopting that item and giving us direction. That's a possibility, if it's doable.
Okay. Okay. I just feel like there's a point where we have to say this is final adoption.
It
And we
is.
either agree or not, or,
And also,
Or
I think
else-
all of us who are taking advantage of this opportunity to do something as an emergency rule, we may hear 2 permit appeals in the year ahead and learn something from the experience and wish to amend our emergency rules. So there will be feedback that we give one another as a board, and there'll be feedback from the participants in the appeal process that say, you know, what you designed needs to be fixed in this way, and it can be fixed. It's not the concrete drying forever.
Right, we don't surrender our authority for emergency regs doing it once, so that lives with us. And so that provides us, as Alexis is responding to Georgette, with the opportunity if there's something that really just didn't work for whatever reason. Now, that said, we're not going to be turning around changing this at every meeting, so it really is critical. And we're not all agreeing. So let's start with the fact that not everybody agrees. We're finding that path for the most effective one that we believe honors the commitment of the governor's office, Cal EPA, DTSC, and this board to have the process be more open and transparent and address issues that people have considered to be not addressed in the past process. And so we're obviously taking it really seriously. Thank you. Sushma, did you have?
Like Georgette, I'm struggling a little bit to balance the velocity of our work with being inclusive and comprehensive with all of the comments we get in. So in that spirit, after you get all the comments by Feb 24th, is there a version that's shareable publicly for us to review and digest so that we show up more prepared to adopt by the March meeting?
Yes. Both a red line strikeout version and what we propose the final text to be. And as Georgette had suggested, there may be a companion document that shows the nature of comments that were made that we didn't embrace.
And then I like your comment also, Jeannie, that we don't have to consider this as a final sealed document. As we learn through the process of reviewing appeals, if we need to make adjustments, we'll make it again post-March. But at least it gives us a version to proceed and do justice by the permitted facilities that have submitted appeal applications.
Right, and that said, I hope we don't execute that option. I hope that what happens is that it works, that everybody knows what to expect, that going into future permits, because as we're doing this, new permits are going to be issued. So it's not like everything stands still and waits for us. So as we're doing these 2 backlogged permit appeals, there are permits which may very well be appealed. We don't know that, but we can anticipate that at the rate at which DTSC is aggressively working on clearing old permits, arriving at agreements with facilities, and issuing new permits, some of those may very well be appealed. So we don't want to be in the same situation we're in now, where both facilities and appellants or appellant facilities have been waiting. We don't want that to happen again. To go through an onerous process. So I think we're really trying to nail it, and we'll aim for perfection, but we may be a little short of it, and I'm sure we'll hear about it. So not worried about that. Swathi?
Could the subcommittee or Greg outline what happens after March 9th if, in fact, the board does adopt the proposed regulation? What happens next?
Yes, so ahead of the March 9th meeting, what we would do is we would submit a package first to Cal EPA and get Cal EPA agreement on it. We would then submit, after board approval, to the Office of Administrative Law. Because it's an emergency reg, it's a short process with OAL. We can actually start that a few days before the March 9th meeting, and then if it's adopted on March 9th, then it would have an effective date about 10 days later. So we would turn around on March 10th and submit to OAL. There's a 10-day period, and then it would take effect on March 20th. So that's best case scenario. That would be the speediest turnaround. Obviously, just to reiterate here, this is what's so critical about having the deadline for comments well enough ahead of the meeting so that we can have some time to react and adjust. That obviously didn't happen this time, but I think next time, if we can, then, we'll be presenting something that can go forward as a final versus something that's still kind of a work in progress.
Okay, so we will now take for public comment. For those of you joining in person and wish to comment to prevent a line from forming at the podium, please raise your hand as the in-person participants queue up. Those joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand on your Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone. If you have joined the Spanish channel by phone, please wait for the interpreters to provide instructions. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you may use the chat function or submit it to us via email at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And again, please, there will be 3 minutes for comment. The time allotted will be doubled for participants expressing their comment in Spanish to allow time for translation. While the in-person participants queue up, please raise your virtual hands. And I would like to check in with the Spanish interpreters to see if there are anyone in the Spanish rooms that would like to express their comment in Spanish. Hi, Dawn, go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Okay, I think we're live. Okay, well, thank you. Good morning, Chair Rizzo, board members, Dawn Kepke, McHugh, Kepke, Padron, here before you on behalf of a few entities, the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance, but also a number of members that are certainly engaged in this, as signed on to a letter that you've received, as well as the entities, including the Chemical Industry Council of California, which is largely made up of hazardous waste generators with an interest in this for a variety of reasons, more so than permittees, as well as the California Manufacturers and Technology Association and others that have signed on. First, I'd like to just say, thank you to Board Member Strauss-Hacker, Board Member Ruiz, Mr. Forrest, for engaging with us. We've had a number of really productive conversations to ensure we understand the intent of the subcommittee, as well as just the board's interest in kind of the development and particular pieces of this. So thank you for your engagement. I'd also just certainly acknowledge the late nature of our submission to you in terms of those comments, and appreciate that you understand that these are complex issues, and certainly wanted to make sure we had as much feedback from the regulated community about those points. So certainly we'll be very mindful of the timelines going forward. You have my commitment to ensure that among our regulated community of stakeholders. But just really quickly, just wanted to touch on a few things in the letter. I'm not going to go through everything, but just a couple of quick points. Again, really think that the board members have done a great job in trying to balance the stakeholders' perspectives, interests, needs, whether it be related to timelines, but also public engagement, what have you. So definitely commend you for doing that. In terms of the feedback we have to offer, largely kind of looking at kind of refinements, additional clarifications. So appreciate your comments about some of those things that you're contemplating. A couple things with regard to standard of review. Again, appreciate the interest in trying to balance giving a bit less deference to the department in that regard, while at the same time not going towards a full de novo review. As you've heard, we're not supportive of full de novo, so we understand, the challenges with striking that balance. We do think that there's opportunity just to provide further clarification around the erroneous standard language, which I think we've certainly chatted with Mr. Forrest about. We also provide some kind of background and kind of examples from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District to kind of help with perhaps providing additional clarification to address our concerns with that, while at the same time acknowledging the balance you're seeking to attain. Additionally, in terms of the timelines for completion of appeals, as you well know, SB 158, one of the important elements of that was to, be mindful of kind of the long timelines that we've historically seen. So this remains a concern, overarching all of permit, development, approval, review, appeals, what have you. And certainly we understand, again, the need for the board to balance an efficient appeals process that doesn't, delay things unnecessarily, while at the same time wanting to ensure as robust of public participation as possible. But we do think there are additional modifications that can be made that don't substantively alter, kind of what you're trying to achieve. So a few of those things include
30 seconds.
Oh, okay. I will.
Can I just hear?
I appreciate
Thank you
that.
very much.
Chair Rizzo, thank you. I will try to be brief. So elimination of the duplicative briefing by the petitioner, also addressing some of the concerns around acceleration of the administrative record preparation, the granting of time extensions. We think there could be additional clarity related to some of those extensions just to ensure that it doesn't belabor those delays unnecessarily. So certainly I think that's important. Addressing some additional clarity around timing of the reply brief. Also ensuring when it comes to these permits and permit appeals and timing elements, not all permittees and permits are created equal in terms of what's coming before you, the complexity, controversial nature of those. So certainly something to. And certainly we note a number of additional items in terms of, kind of clarification, a few items where we think perhaps there should be kind of elimination of a couple of provisions in terms of, the appeals that don't meet a minimum procedural standard, and just kind of concerns about needing to clarify some of that as well. But again, in the interest of time, I'll leave it there. Some of my colleagues may want to kind of just expand upon that, but really appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Dawn. And I believe, along with other public comments, your letter will be posted. So that'll give an opportunity for others to respond to that if they choose.
Okay, so I will take a Zoom participant. And as a reminder, comments are limited to 3 minutes, and if you anticipate your comment to be longer than 3 minutes, please request that time extension at the start of your comment from the board chair. Rabina, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, good morning. My name is Rabina Sewell. I'm the Executive Director of California Safe Schools. We've worked cooperatively and collaboratively with many regulatory and enforcement agencies and DTSC for more than 25 years. I have a quick question and a comment surrounding inspections of permitted facilities. And it's not enough to have these facilities self-report. And in fairness, it is extremely disappointing to note how few DTSC inspections of these permitted facilities have taken place. I hope that in the future we can see more aggressive inspections of DTSC and working with joint regulatory and enforcement agencies of facilities with permits who emit contaminants of concern, even if they are on low levels in environmental justice communities and where these facilities are fence line or adjacent to homes, schools, or other sensitive receptors. And it's really important for these inspection reports to be readily available for the public to view. And so thank you very much for this time, and all the best to this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Rubina.
Okay, so are there any in-room participants that would like to comment? Please raise your hand and I will call on you. And while our in-person participants are queuing up, if you are joining us on Zoom and would like to comment at this time, please raise your virtual hands and you will be called on next. Please state your name and affiliation.
Good morning, Board. Matt Williamson, attorney at the law firm of Knapp, Phelps & Phillips. I also want to echo Dawn and thank the subcommittee and the engagement, and Greg for the engagement on the rulemaking. Having done a number of these, I can say confidently this is the most engagement I have had on a rulemaking like this, so we very much appreciate it. One point I wanted to follow up on Dawn, and I'll keep this brief, on Dawn's comments, was the one-size-fits-all concept. And it's something we haven't talked about either as a full board in meetings or even much in the subcommittee, is the rules as drafted today treat all permit decisions exactly the same. And we have approximately a year long, at least in the current version, appeal process from start to finish. And I think it's important for the board to remember that I would argue the vast majority, maybe not vast, but the majority of DTSC's decisions are simpler permit modifications or temporary authorizations that can be as simple as adding an additional tank to store hazardous waste or a new treatment method. Frequently, these involve environmental improvements to a facility. DTSC historically handled those permit appeals in months, 3, 4, sometimes 6 months. And so it's troubling that we would have a process that would treat those the same as a full permit renewal, where you have a very large administrative record and you do need a little bit more time to process. So I want to encourage in the next version of the rules and make sure the board is aware that there is this shorter and alternative path through modifications and temporary authorizations that I think need to be addressed through the rules. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Are there any additional?
Hang on one sec, Sheena. Is there any comment from the committee or Greg to that particular comment?
Yeah, I'd be happy to respond. And let me start by saying that we do appreciate meetings that we've had, and we invite anybody who's interested in this on any side of any issue to meet with us, and we're happy to do that. And I think that can be very valuable. We do ask that you put comments in writing so that we have a record and so that we can maintain our transparency. So, and that's occurred here. So we'll be sharing those comments publicly. As to Matt's specific comment, we do need this process to accommodate the full gamut or range of appeals. And he's correct. There are some that are at one end of the spectrum in terms of complexity, and then there are some that are rather straightforward and simple. I'm going to point out that in the documents that we've made available to the public, one of those is what we call a sample initial order. And I'm going to explain what we meant by the term sample there, because obviously that's something that gets adopted during the appeal process. And we provided a sample, meaning this is something that, this is what this could look like, kind of a sneak preview. My expectation is that that would be a flexible document, so that when we're issuing that for a particular appeal that doesn't need the full-blown, briefing, schedule, and that sort of thing, that initial order could be tailor-fit and could provide for a more streamlined process. And I think that would address Matt's concern, because I agree. We don't want to have a one-size-fits-all approach. That's not our intent. And there are opportunities for flexibility. I think that would be one of them. But obviously, if there's other areas that you can think of that you would like to suggest, I welcome those.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add, there's a couple of questions. Any comments that we receive, we try our best to make them public as quickly as possible, but it's not always possible to do it right away, especially because we have to make everything ADA compliant. The letters and comments we have received, there is an administrative record, and we will be updating that as soon as possible. And just to reiterate what Greg had mentioned, we welcome engagement, but we prefer that any consideration that subcommittees for this topic or anything be given to us in writing. That way everybody is fully transparent and there's clear communication, and that we can post it to our website. We always welcome engagement, but for consideration of whatever the topic might be, we prefer written comments, which we will try to post as quickly as possible.
We are continuing with public comment. As our in-person participants queue up, please raise your virtual hands if you would like to comment at this time for this agenda item. Please state your name and affiliation.
Good morning, Board. Thank you very much. My name is Eric Nolan. I'm a member of the public. That's how I'm represented here. I've got about 30 years of experience in environmental compliance, so I'm glad to be here. I really appreciate what the board does, what you stand for, what you push for, and I think it's important. I also want to thank member Strauss-Hacker and Rees and Mr. Forrest for the work that you've been doing too. I'm sure it's been a major challenge trying to put this together and to come up with something that's effective, and I'm sure pushing back a deadline is not fun either. And I know it's not fun for us in the public either, but we understand, or I understand at least the reasoning behind it. And I'm glad you're taking this seriously to bring something forth that's a solid document. So with that, I would like to say I'm not an attorney. I do understand regulations, and I understand the importance of each individual word, as you mentioned, Mr. Forrest. It's important that each individual word within a regulation can have extreme meaning. So I recognize that, but I also want to make a point from the perspective of the public that it is vitally important that members of the public, members of these communities that are impacted by these facilities, have the ability to make those appeals and understand how the appeal process works. The legal language can be very challenging many times for the general public to participate and understand the process. So it's going to be important for this rule or the process, the policy, the regulation to be written in a way that it's understandable by anyone who may need to participate. Now, understanding regulations often can't be handled that way. I know Cal OSHA has recently used a lot of FAQs to explain the regulations that they've posted. And while at times that can be difficult because there can be some conflict in the language, I think that might be another approach that can be used to help explain to the general public what the process is so that they can participate without necessarily having to go through NGOs or attorneys or whatever it would take for them to get that done. So again, I just want to encourage the board as a whole to make sure that you are transparent, as is part of your charter, right? And you continue to push that the general public needs to have that opportunity to express their appeals. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I will say that one of the things that we are looking at and have talked about as a board is that how we communicate, how we translate complex information into accessible language. And that said, when you get into a legal process, it's very difficult for a citizen solo to accomplish that. But, so I don't know that we'd get to that point where you could take this and make it so accessible that someone could do it on their own. But that said, the idea of FAQs, of translating these into consumable language that in multiple languages and really making it so that people understand the value of it, but the challenge of it, and to take it seriously. And I think we all do. So it's part of our communication strategy for 2023-24 is to uplift how we, right now it's a little boring, I'll admit. I go to the website, I'm bored, maybe you're bored, but we want to make it so that it's not boring. How do we take this complex information and disseminate it translate and disseminate. And I don't just mean language translation. I'm talking about legalese into common language. I'm talking about timelines and what's expected in a way that people can really choose to participate on subjects that they're interested in. And we're really trying to get better at that. So any other feedback on that, please do keep it
Twinkle,
coming.
twinkle, little star.
Is somebody crying on the Zoom? Okay. Sheena?
I will go ahead and take a Zoom
Was I that bad?
participant. And as a reminder, comments are limited to 3 minutes. If you anticipate that your comment will be longer than 3 minutes, please request that time extension at the start of your comment from the board chair. And looking on Zoom, Florence, you may go ahead, please state your name and affiliation. And if you have video, you may please turn it on if you'd like.
Thank you. And I will extend my appreciation for the hard work that the board is doing on this very important subject, and talk about the fact that I've worked doing environmental work now 50 years. One of the things I've learned is that talking to the public is not a science, it's an art, and something that is so important. I also want to echo comments that Rubina Sewell made about all permitted facilities are not equal, and that has to do with where they're located, but also the waste they handle and the dangers associated with that waste. I want to also say that when I was doing enforcement at DTSC, we had a required number of TSD inspections that we had to do. And that was related to our ability to get our RCRA grant. And that number of inspections and the frequency of those has possibly changed over time, but it might be interesting to find out how often the DTSC does inspections at the treatment and storage facilities. Another comment that I have is that when an inspection is done and class 1 violations have been found, I want to know that DTSC inspectors are going to go back to that facility and make sure the facility is coming into compliance with the law. And I think that is of tremendous importance. So those are my comments. I thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. And I wish you the best in the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Florence. Would you mind please repeating your name and affiliation for the record?
Florence Garibian, and I'm the chair of the Del Amo Action Committee.
Thank you. Are there any additional in-room comments? Seeing none. Angela on Zoom, you may go ahead. And as a reminder, the time limit is 3 minutes. If you anticipate a time extension, please request that from the board chair at the start of your comment. And please state your name and affiliation.
Good morning. My name is Angela Johnson-Mazzaros. I am with Earth Justice, and I'm here today making these comments on behalf of the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights. So as you might suspect, when I came into the office this morning, I anticipated a bunch of things that I would raise here, but given the changes that have been described by the board, I am rather going to make some more generalized comments. So first, I appreciate the transparency that has been brought to this conversation, and certainly that is very helpful. I heard the comment about the administrative record being updated with the letter that's been, or letters that have been submitted. I would like to make it this official Public Records Act request that happens sooner rather than later. But I wanted to draw back a little bit and make two observations. So the first is, despite this change that you've provided for us today, you're maintaining the same timeline that you laid out before. I've raised the question about the timelines proposed in the past, and here what we see is, in part because of the board's decision to move forward with an emergency regulation rather than through the regular regulations process, instead of a long process that engaged folks with lots of back and forth, and having that ultimately result in the adoption of a regulation that people felt went through a process that was transparent and engaging. It sounds like what's about to happen is you're going to propose significant changes to what is currently involved. I heard the language about it's not really that significant when you think about it, but we all know that it's really the details that matters. So it sounds like there are significant changes that are coming, and then we're going to have 14 days to comment on it. Then we're going to get the new version of the rule some number of days before March 9th, where you're hopeful to adopt the final regulation, kick it into an emergency review, emergency regs process, which has a 5-day public comment period. So instead of a process that is engaged and thoughtful, we end up with the same senses of urgency that constrain the ability for the public to participate in ways that are deep and meaningful. And I must admit that I am
30 seconds.
I am disappointed to see this outcome. In my last 30 seconds, I will also note I am very disturbed by the comments that were made about CEQA and the thinking right now about CEQA and what that might look like going forward. And in my final 10 seconds, I guess what I'll say is we will definitely be seeking additional consultation with the board and staff as appropriate. We will do that both in meetings and with written comments, and look forward to deeper engagement around this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Do we have any responses or any comments anybody else wants to make? The intention, obviously, if we find as we go through these things, Angela, that there are huge substantive issues that just generate tremendous concern or debate on the part of the committee or the board, public comment, we will take that into consideration. But Greg, you can, once you see the posted letter, and it's not just the letter that's driving the change, by the way, it's also conversations with Cali PA that Greg mentioned in terms of how to construct this in a way that it meets emergency reg criteria.
Right. And Angela, I will send you the letter that you mentioned today. And then as far as a meeting or a consultation with our subcommittee, we welcome that, and we can work on scheduling that. Our preference would be to do that, obviously, during that 14-day comment period, and we would ask that you follow up by the end of that period with written comments, but we're happy to have a discussion with you on that. Apologies for the short term around. We are trying to, strike a balance here, and so we're doing our best with that. Thanks.
Yeah. I'll just, if I might, for 10 seconds. Thank you for that, and I appreciate you're sending the letter. I do still think that I think that we heard already, for example, the notion that one size fits all is problematic because they're simple versus complex. There are a lot of issues that are packed into that statement. So there are lots of things to be considered, and I suspect that unless we're very careful, what we end up with is is very problematic regulations that come out on the other end. But thank you very much.
The one thing that I ask the subcommittee, if there ends up being substantial comments and it does feel like the subcommittee needs a bit more time and there needs to be more time for public comments, if we can have that expressed on our website, an e-blast, et cetera, just so everybody is in the clear if these dates change, and just to do that as soon as possible. That's the only request that I ask.
And I think for these major considerations, just posting on our website and expecting everyone to check our website daily, I think we can use our email listserv when we have significant things like this happening and send out a notice. Check the website, there's a date change or whatever it is. And I think the interested parties are already signed up. They get notice of the meeting. So let's not just post. Although we will post the letter, we'll post all the comments that we received in writing, and the minutes of the meeting, the transcript of the meeting are always available. But I think it's important that we push the communication and not just have it be passively, you're all expected to check us every day. Is that, Sheena has that. So I think we'll proceed with that mantra. Thank you.
Sounds good. We do have an additional Zoom comment. Are there any additional in-person comments? Seeing none in person. Cynthia, you may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Cynthia Babbage, Director of the Delamo Action Committee. I just want to echo Angela's comments, but I also want to say that I really feel like industry keeps exerting its pressure and power on the process. And it makes me feel, even with the mention over and over again of transparency, that something is shady going on behind the scenes. And I mean, on one hand, I think, yeah, saying you have a definite date for the closing of the comment period, because they could go on and on, is correct on one hand, but on the other, don't limit the public, not industry or other agencies' ability to comment, but don't limit the public's ability to comment and cut public comment periods short. So I'm really trying to mind my words so that I don't get disconnected accidentally, but I smell a rat, and I'm concerned.
We lost you, Cynthia, but not on our end. You want to dial back on?
Cynthia, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, I have a delay on my end. So I just said, I don't know where I got cut off, but I just was saying that I smell a rat and I'm fine.
Cynthia, can you please restate your name and affiliation? The connection wasn't very good when you first tried to do it.
No problem. Cynthia Babbage, Director of the Delamo Action Committee.
Thank you. Does that complete your comment?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Angela posted an additional comment in the Zoom comments. She said, I'll also note that we cannot wait until the 14-day comment period to discuss this. We are going to need clarification about comments made today. And with that said, I do not see any additional hands raised on Zoom, nor are there any other in-person comments. Chair Rizzo.
Okay, nothing here. Let's go around and see if board members, committee members, or board member questions for those of us not on the committee. The committee want to close? Liz?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that, this has, in a sense, it feels like it's been a long process. We've tried to really, have this as open as possible, meet publicly, post a lot of the comments we've received, through the administrative record, and we will continue to do so. And so, yeah, it is a really tightrope to go through while having to, we have to have these regulations set, and they have to be good. So we will, put our best efforts to do so, and to do it in a timely manner, and to have something that the board feels sure that we can, like I said before, that we can meet our obligations under SB 158 adequately and precisely.
This is Alexis Strauss-Hacker. I don't want anybody to feel that they were placed at a disadvantage in participating in this process. And if there are organizations or individuals who wish to confer with us as a subcommittee over the coming weeks, we are certainly open to doing that. At the same time that we will be working as a threesome to revise in the areas that I had described to you earlier this morning. So those tracks can exist in parallel. It's not optimal for us, but I don't want to come to the situation in February where someone feels that they had a timely area of concern that we didn't hear as we were drafting the document. So my request would be to be in touch with our board attorney, Greg Forrest, to set that up.
Okay. Well, that was fun. Sorry, Georgette.
Yeah, I've been, I should have started it earlier by appreciating the committee. I know that it's been a lot of work that you all have been putting, and definitely appreciate the comments that have been coming in. I've been going back and forth in the calendar, and it might seem like everything is going to be so tight. And I know that we are very much committed in public participation. So I'm just putting it out there for the committee as you're grappling with the current comments and how we're going to insert them or not, to give the public benefit to really read those amendments. We might consider pushing this to April, just because it just seems like the timeline is going to be super tight. And I know it's not what we want to hear, but I think it's something that I just want to offer as a potential.
Liz? So here we are. And we're trying to figure out, so Greg, the committee, you have some comments that are substantive, like, and I say substantive meaning there's a lot of thinking or discussion or interest, CEQA being one that you identified, Alexis, right, as a substantive issue that people have very strong opinions about. We know as a board with a limited number of staff and a part-time board that standing in and replacing the entire crew that deals with CEQA currently would require another whole wing of the Board of Environmental Safety to take on what that looks like, what that would mean. We don't have the personnel for it. Doesn't mean that down the line we don't want to think about that. The question is, what can we do, and then what else would we need to do to be able to do more? So that's part of what we're juggling all the time with our size and our allocation, our budget and our staffing lines. I don't remember which of you mentioned that there's a whole CEQA group in permitting and in the legal teams at DTSC. We don't have the benefit of that to do justice to something. So that was our initial assessment about it. Doesn't mean that we'll stop looking at it in the future. So I know that's a contentious area, or one where there's a lot of,
And it's definitely something we don't want to say we'll never be
Right.
able to address. But as things are now with our current funding, with our current staff capacity, it's something that we feel we were just not equipped to adequately address.
right. And I think in fairness to people who don't know how we're thinking about the recent feedback that we've gotten, the sooner you can respond to those as a committee and get that posted, red line, the better, obviously, to see that, no, not everything is being accepted wholesale. There are things that, the wording that has to be done in a certain way to be a regulation, correct? And that's some of the corrections. Some of them are timing corrections, correct? Some of them appear to be language about the different kinds of appeals that might come in. So I'm just, if you were to assess what you're looking at now, do you think of them as major changes in the core intent of the document that we already posted? I didn't get the sense from you that we're talking about major wholesale changes to the draft that's out now.
Right, that's right. I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah, I mean, I might have already mentioned this, but yeah, really the most recent work that we've done has been focused on the mechanics of the regulation and the process and making it very, very clear and shoring up places where there was ambiguity in it so that it's much easier to administer. And that resulted from the benefit of participation that we had and you know, attorneys looking at this, assisting us and giving us their thoughts, their reactions to it, and helping us sort through that. I do want to mention one other thing, just as it relates to the board's work ahead of what we have ahead of us and the decisions that we have in March and if that happens later. We're trying as a group to balance the need to be productive and to get through a process that, you know, is desperately needed. I mean, it is, after all, an emergency rulemaking.
Right.
But we're also trying to be open and transparent and accommodating and listen and to give everybody who participates a fair hearing of sorts, or at least to hear their issues and to really think about them. And so it's a difficult balance. We're going to find that, I think, with this item and frankly every item that we do, because we're just going to have to balance that going forward. From my perspective, I think that we are doing that, but it's going to take a bit of work and a bit of balancing, and you know, we can't go too far in either extreme.
Okay, do we have any other comments, board members? There we go.
I feel like we're debating the semantics of what constitutes as significant changes, and we're speaking in abstract terms. So my proposal is that we get to March with the proposed timeline that the subcommittee suggested, and then we make a call in March. None of us will feel pressured to try and get something to the finish line if we feel like public comments have not been adequately addressed. And if we need to move it to April, we make that call at the March meeting.
I just want to flag that doesn't necessarily address the 2-week public comment. If you all want to extend that to 30 days, it's still 2 weeks.
In this case, we're again thinking about public comments in the narrow window of the Feb 10th to Feb 24th, when in reality public comments have been coming in since the start of the process. So that's, what do you think?
I don't look at it like that. I'm looking at it as there's going to be another draft on February 10th. So from there, we're giving, whenever it gets loaded up, which is not February 10th, right? It's going to be a few more days. It's going to be up on February 10th. Crossing fingers that technology doesn't fail us, right? So from there, let's hope that everything goes well. Then it's a few weeks for the public comment to consume and take that in. So it's not that they've had, that's a new version, and it might be the same or it might not, but it's like, I'm looking at it from that lens, that I think I would like to give more time than 2 weeks. I just think that this is something that it's significant enough that I don't want it to, because we think that everybody's been engaged and we're assuming that there's a potential for maybe it gets sued. So I just feel like the more time we give to the public, and it's not about us, it's to offer for the public to review it, that I think it might be worth those extra weeks.
Madam Chair, I might make a process suggestion if we could take a coffee break for 5 minutes, a bathroom break, and the subcommittee will confer and we'll come back with a proposal.
I like when subcommittees confer over coffee. So let's take, it's 11:15. We'll start promptly at 11. Thank you. So we're officially on a break. Okay, thank you, everybody, and all of you on Zoom. Thank you for your comments, and our team reconvened, taking into account the concerns raised about timing. Oh, they're having me do 2 mics because I move my head so much. There you go. I'm Italian, it's the way it goes. All right, so I think we're going to hear from Alexis on this proposal to accommodate the issues that came up towards the end of the session.
Real quick, Madam Chair, for the record, a quorum is maintained with all 5 members present.
Thank you.
What the subcommittee proposes is that we would post our document, our revised document, by Friday, February 10th, and we would set an absolute deadline for public comment by Thursday, March 9th, thus allowing a month for public comment. We would therefore have to move our board meeting from Thursday, March 9th to a proposed date, again in San Diego, of Thursday, March 23rd. That's the timing part of it. So just to quickly recap, we will work on our draft and post it by Friday, February 10th. That will begin public comment for a month and be due no later than Thursday, March 9th. And we will bring the results of our work to the board meeting on the 23rd. My concern as a member of the subcommittee is if we were to get substantive comment on Thursday, March 9th, having allowed a month and understanding we're all human and need the very last moment to comment, that we would be in the very same position as we found ourselves this morning of having to post in order to meet our public participation requirements, that we wouldn't have very much time to make any further changes with only 2 weeks before a board meeting. So I'm trying to set a balance between 30 days for public comment and the realistic ability to turn around any late breaking comments on the 9th, 2 weeks before a board meeting, and I'd like the board to comment.
Okay, I know the effort was to respond to the concern that the turnaround time was too short. With that is the plea that people not wait until March 9th or March 8th to send in comments so that the committee can be culling through them and understanding them or having follow-up questions. So we'll beseech everyone for that. Other comments from board members? Georgette, does that, I mean, we polled the board and we will all move our calendars to accommodate the 23rd, and we're assuming, Sheena, and that we can get a venue, and we will find a venue, whether it's San Diego. Hopefully, we'll be able to maintain our plan to go to San Diego, but we will move the board meeting to accommodate that request. So will you open it up for responses to that, Sheena, please?
At this time, are there any public comments in response to the board's tentative new dates? If there, please come up. And while the in-person participants are queuing up, for those that are participating on Zoom, please raise your virtual hands if you would like to comment on the new tentative dates that the board has provided. Please state your name and affiliation, please.
Tapper, okay. Again, my name is Eric Nolan, member of the public, and again, I appreciate the effort that you've put into this, good discussion. I want to express my concern, and this was brought up in the Zoom calls as well, that this is being approached as an emergency regulation. My experience with emergency regulations in the past has been that they tend to push things through really quickly, gives the public little time to really engage and make comment to the proposed regulation. And in fact, my experience has been even when in that very short time period that the public has, those comments are from the public are often disregarded because things have to move so quickly. So I am not particularly in favor of the emergency regulation process, and I would like to hear more about why that is being considered. But with that said, I think it would be important that if that is the process that's going to continue, that additional time is provided to the public. So I think this 30 days provides a little bit more time for public comment for the draft regulation, especially if it's going to be considered under the.
Thank you.
Are there any additional in-person?
I think you had a question as to why we're using emergency regs, because that is our authority, and we have a backlog of regs. We have a backlog of permits. So that's the process afforded us in 158 and encouraged us to utilize that in the sooner than later. We're in the later now because we've had an expanded process of workshops and meetings and input but the whole reason behind it is the legislature, the governor wanted us to get this done and to deal with any backlog which we inherited quite immediately upon being formed as a board. So I think there's two reasons for that. One, it's built into 158. Two, there's a backlog. I hope that answers that question. Does anybody want to that?
I do.
I know.
In the process, and I'll speak more generically, of updating a hazardous waste facility permit every 10 years, there are advances that are made that do not go into effect at the time of the permit is issued if the permit is appealed. And as our chair noted, these appeals were pending at the time a year ago that this board was stood up. And so those two facilities on appeal at this time have gone the full year of 2022 without their matter being heard. And at the rate we're going today, it will be at least some months yet before those appeals are heard. There are arguments to be made on either side, but I do feel that we all as a board feel that in good governance, we need to get on with this job and do it and get these in effect. And I think that although I wasn't privy to the deliberations that led to the passage of SB 158, that authority was clearly given to the board to do this. And that's why we have strived to be as transparent as possible with these multiple drafts, multiple public workshops, and you've participated in the past, and as part of our BES hearing. So I think that the path for emergency rulemaking is one that clearly we intend to follow. We're just trying to accommodate as much comment as we can and to give a bit more comment now as we're proposing.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add that we started this process back in August of 2022. So while it is emergency regs, it hasn't really felt emergency because we want to make sure that we're doing this correctly and getting adequate amount of comments and engagement. So we've held almost 6 board meetings, I think 2 or 3 workshops. So just adding that we started this process back in August.
think that's fair. It's been a ground up rather than a process where suddenly the regs are put out in the public comment period. So we're hoping that we're all reasonably satisfied enough with the outcome. I doubt that any of us is going to feel like it's perfect, but our mantra is accountability, transparency, public engagement, and the public is everybody who's participated in this, and that we're with precisely our concern for vulnerable communities and the outreach necessary to receive the input that we need from those communities as well, which is part of why we're traveling to different parts of the state and trying to hear and understand those concerns. So holding that while we're trying to get this process through. And we appreciate the concerns expressed today, and I think we've responded by changing the board date. So I don't think we need a motion for that. We have consensus that the board date will change to the 23rd.
Madam Chair, there's an additional hand raised on Zoom.
Sure there is.
Angela, you may go ahead. Please restate your name and affiliation.
Yes, thank you. I'm Angela Johnson Mazzaros from Earth Justice. And I just have, I'm going to make a statement and then I have a question. I think that although you have authority to use the emergency regulation process, using that process has inherently very deep problems, and some of that is something we're experiencing now. And the second thing is a question, which is, I don't understand why this can't go to the April meeting. That would give a reasonable time. I appreciate the moving from February 10th and allowing until March 9th for comments due. But I wonder, because as you noted, there'll be a short time period to turn around those comments and put out a next version. And so then we're just continuing the crunch. So we've allowed more time for public comment, which I think is incredibly important. But then we are still crunched with the time to analyze the product that the board puts out and to be able to prepare for comments on at the board meeting before it's adopted, because the reality is, I think, that the 5-day public comment period that you get in the OAL process is the worst case scenario for how we are communicating with each other about challenges or thoughts we have about the rule. So I'm just wondering why not the 26th of April instead of the 23rd of March?
In the conference that we had looking to see if that date was available, and we can hear from individual board members, we have packed agendas coming up on a number of issues over the course of the rest of the year. We're anticipating additional permits to be issued and potential permit appeals on those. We have the hazardous waste plan report will be another item that we have to address. We felt that the public comments that we get in that month will definitely inform the drafting. So I just don't know that we can accommodate all of it and still, we're trying not to add another formal board meeting for a number of reasons, not the least of which is our budget. But we're trying to have the number of meetings that we've set up, knowing that we're also probably going to have permit appeal hearings in addition to board meetings. And we have some site visits that we've been asked to make. That would be in addition to board meetings. So we're trying to balance out this half-time board and minimal staff with this. But I think having the month, I hope Angela provides enough time for the substantive comments that the committee will take into account in that final draft. I don't know if committee members want to think about it another way, but I know you didn't really want to replace the board meeting.
There's a trade-off to be made. Instead of 30 days of comment after we post our February 10th draft, we could shorten the 30-day comment that we just proposed and put out what we bring to the March 23rd board meeting sooner. So it's just a give and take of where that opportunity to review comes in. But I think just continuing to push this process and regulation further and further into the future is not good public service either. So I'm asking that people do comment, whether it's in a 3 or 4 week time period, so that we can do our work and hear it publicly as we do. So if the board would prefer that public comment be shortened to 3 weeks, it's not, these documents are not very lengthy, after all. I mean, the reg itself is not very lengthy. The standing order at present is 4 or 5 pages. We're not talking about a very large volume to review.
Could you clarify, if the public comment was not a month, but 3 weeks, are you saying then you would turn it around and there'd be more time for your turnaround? I'm unclear.
Certainly. So
I'm
let's
unclear
try
what
this
you're
out,
talking.
just on the fly.
That has the similar question or different.
Sorry, I just, before you go into the breakdown, just so I can have an opinion on the shortening of the time, what are we require in terms of public engagement during this time for an emergency regulation? What's required if our?
Sure. So the minimal requirement for emergency rulemaking is there's a 5-day comment period,
Okay.
and then there's a 10-day period where the Office of Administrative Law, I'm trying to do this on the fly. It's I think it's a 10-day, something like a 10-day comment period, but it's unlike a traditional rulemaking in that there's really no responses to comments. So, you know, if we were taking advantage of the emergency rulemaking process, you know, we would turn this around start to finish in a matter of a few weeks. So I think we've gone pretty far in the other direction of accommodating public comments, because we've, as been mentioned, we've been working on this since April, or August, rather. So, and we had a draft out in December 1st, albeit it's gone through some different iterations. But really, at the heart of it, there's only one document that's taken in by the rulemaking, and that's changes to regulations. The other documents are frankly outside of rulemaking. They're supportive, they're tied in with this, and in the interest of providing everybody a full understanding of what we're doing, we're providing those as well, and we're sort of more or less treating them the same manner. But that's the bare minimum. It's all of a 10-day period for public comment.
And we're not relying on that. We're not saying that we're going to do the emergency rule and then people have 5-10 days. I'm a little unclear about that timing. We want the public comments before we even put it through. And that will inform the final document that we put through. We're saying, okay, we'll move the board meeting, we'll give more time for public comment to that next draft, and then take those into consideration again for the 5th and final time, and then submit, after which there is time for public comment during the emergency rulemaking, but it's not the place where significant changes get made, correct? So we want to get it right before we submit it. We want to hear from everybody at that point. Does that answer?
Yeah, it does. So I would love to hear what the change amendments would be, and I think I would be hopefully supportive of it.
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer up for the board's consideration 2 choices. Choice 1 is 4 weeks of public comment that ends on the 10th of March and comes to the board 2 weeks later on the 23rd, or a balance in the second option of 3 weeks of public comment that would end on Friday the 3rd and comes to the board 3 weeks later on the 23rd. So we're either putting 4 weeks at the front end or 3 weeks at the front end. And we have moved our board meeting, as I said, to the 23rd. So if the board members could each express their preference, we'll land on one of them and move on.
Right, so do we give the team 3 weeks to write, which is option 2, or 2 weeks, which is option 1.
I would support the latter, having the deadline on the 3rd of March to kind of give 3 weeks and 3 weeks.
I'm supportive of that option as well.
Liz?
That sounds reasonable to me.
All right, so I support whatever this team wants to do because you're the ones who have to do the work of preparing it. So what's on the table now is, do you want to repeat it in the form of a motion, please? And we'll just go on record as having approved this change. Let's hear the motion, then we'll all be 100% clear.
Okay. What I move, Madam Chair, is that the subcommittee, with assistance from our board attorney, would produce a new draft by February 10th, that the comment deadline would be Friday, March 3rd, close of business. We would promptly turn around a draft for consideration by the board at its meeting on the 23rd.
I'll second.
Is there any, I have one clarifying question. Don't know if it requires an amendment to that. Yes, it'll be available for the 23rd. When will that draft be available to the public on our website? On the timeline that it usually is? Because it has to be ADA and translated. So I want to be really clear that you'll turn it around with a week's notice on the board, on the website. I just think it's important that we add that element to it. Thank you, Jessica.
May I answer that question?
When do you want it on the website?
Can we hear from our attorney first, and then we'll come back to that?
Right, so what I would suggest there, since we have the board meeting on the 23rd, we have 20 days in between the deadline for comment and that board meeting. We have a 10-day requirement under Bagley-Keene to get our agenda out. So that would be our goal, is that we would have the materials out on the 13th, 10 days later. That gives everyone 10 days to then digest, respond, understand, ask questions, et cetera.
Okay, so you'll amend is the motion then amended to include the posting on the website with a goal of?
I don't think we have to amend. I think
That's administrative.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's take a vote on the motion with the understanding. We already, public comment, sorry.
All right,
Any
at this
public
time,
comment on this proposed change?
are there any public comments on the proposed change from the Permanent Appeals Subcommittee? Any in-person comments or Zoom comments?
Okay, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, I vote yes, aye.
Sushma Bhatia?
Yes.
Georgette Gomez?
Yes.
Alexis Strauss-Hacker?
Aye.
Lizette Ruiz?
Yes.
We have 5 yeses. The motion passes unanimously for the amended permanent appeal timeline.
Great, thank you very much. The motion passed. Well, thank you. So given that this ended a bit earlier, let's give me 1 second to figure out what on the agenda. Okay, so we're going to now move to an item that was on the agenda for this afternoon, and that's a discussion of the operational plan that Sushma Bhatia is proposing to the board and for public comment. So I will turn it over to Sushma. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. I'm going to walk the members of this board and the public on the changes made to the latest version of the operating plan. You have in your packets a memo that outlines all of the public comments that came in since the last board meeting in December, and a treatment approach that outlines how those comments have been incorporated in the operating plan. But before I run you through those comments and the version of the operating plan that I'm proposing for adoption today, a quick preamble. The operating plan is a document that's intended to clearly and succinctly explain the scope of what we will deliver as a board. As Eric mentioned earlier, we need understandable materials, we need consumable materials. While SB 158 outlines the scope of the board, we felt like the operating plan is a more consumable, easy to understand version that helps the public understand the guardrails or scope of our work. So that is the intent of the operating plan. It does not cover the how we will deliver the elements of the operating plan. There is a separate document called the implementation plan that we're all still working through that gets into the detailed timeline of how we will deliver on the plan. So with that being said, very quickly running through the comments that came in since the December board meeting. At the December board meeting, we reviewed the operating plan. The version in front of you includes no material changes. Again, I repeat, no material changes since the December version. Public comments were received in 3 different forums. The most material one being the public workshop that we held via Zoom on the 15th of December. There were roughly 40 attendees that came through. So there's comments from that workshop, following which we had some comments from a DTSC staffer, and we met with an industry representative, Winston, that provided some very basic comments on the operating plan. So this memo lists all of the comments and who provided the comments. I won't run you through all of them, but I'm happy to take any questions you have. If you can please scroll down to the operating plan itself. That's page 6. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to walk you through this operating plan and then give you a summarized commentary of the kinds of comments that have come in. As I mentioned earlier, the operating plan has 3 sections. It covers our purpose, our approach, and our strategic objectives. Most of the public comment that came in was related to the delivery of the strategic objectives. Starting at the top of the strategic objectives, Objective 1 is the fee structure. Actually, one comment before I move into fee structure. You'll see that this version of the operating plan, we have added footnotes so you can see the code reference to 158 at the very end. And in situations where the board members felt like we wanted to elaborate on the scope as outlined by 158, we've added some language which is italicized, so you can clearly see what language we have lifted directly from the code and what language we have added as a way to elaborate on unclear aspects of 158. So starting at the top, fee structure, there were some comments that came in related to the fee structure. Most notably, there was comments about how further fee adjustments need to be assessed carefully, and they could drive business decisions such as exits outside of the state of California. This does not require a change to the operating plan, but I'm sort of noting that that was a comment that came in and something for us to consider as we think through the implementation plan. Similarly, there was a comment about how as the board becomes more established, we could work with DTSC to perhaps assess metrics for the hazardous waste that's being shipped outside of the state, either through our metrics strategic objective or through the hazardous waste management plan work that DTSC is currently undertaking. So I repeat, no material changes to strategic objective 1, which is fee structure. I'm going to pause here. Questions related to the fee structure?
Thank you. I know that last board meeting I made a comment and perhaps I wasn't, I just threw it out there, but I wanted to bring back, and I don't expect it to be in this version, maybe later on, but I went through a fee restructure on a different board that I sit on, in the San Diego County Air Pollution Control Board, where we ended up doing fee restructuring. And the policy that we ended up adopting was to achieve full cost recovery. And what that is once we do an analysis of where we are with the fees, we also look at what it costs from staff to manage those permits. So that is the full cost recovery to ensure that we achieve that, and that way we're not using public tax money to manage the programs. So I would want us to, like I said, I don't know if it's in this version, but because I know that we need to do an analysis to see where we are, that we eventually get to full cost recovery as a policy eventually, as a goal, to ensure that we're doing this, the permitting processes correctly, and that the permits themselves, the fees themselves are covering for that. So we can put a pin on it, but it's something that I would love to also incorporate eventually.
I'll just comment on this, and then perhaps Jeannie has a comment, since Jeannie and I are part of the fee structure subcommittee. So my quick comment on this, Georgette, is that at the top of the fee structure, you can see we have language that talks about how the whole intent behind this strategic objective is to ensure adequate levels of funding, both at the board level and DTSC. Also, the bullet point 2, again, speaks about elimination of any gaps in resourcing, both on the board side and DTSC side. And as you adequately pointed out, when we set out to do this analysis, we have to make sure that our staffing resourcing is also a part of the consideration. Anything you would add here, Jeannie?
Yeah, I absolutely to that. And bearing in mind, which we haven't dug into fully yet, but I've done the first round and having fee structure presentations made to us, and I'm not sure if you were on one of those. There's a cap built in. So we have to take a really good hard look at that. My understanding is when the fees were changed last time, there was an anticipation that year 1 would go a little bit easy on it. There's a cap, anticipating an analysis, to your point. That analysis has to be made rather than just going for a midline or high end. There is a cap, so we know that we can't go beyond, but we also have, I'm sorry, I'll try not to turn my head around, that the cap is our guide. Now, if we were to be in a place down the line where and I'm not suggesting we are by any means, so don't anybody panic, that a cap in a particular category doesn't really cover what we need, then we would address that. We talked to the legislature we'd hold hearings and workshops about it. So we'll be working within an existing limit, bearing in mind that this analysis has to take place. We're not going to just do it willy-nilly. We have to know why. And I'm also taking into account that money allocated on 158 to DTSC has also not yet been fully executed, in terms of staffing. There's, I don't know how many hundreds of empty positions that still have to be filled. So it's hard to analyze the need when it's really, some of it is just unfilled, even though the resources are there. So it's a combination of looking at the fees, the budget, the reserves, a number of issues that we do have to tackle this year.
I appreciate that. So in the way that I'm reading this operational plan is this is setting the why, right? So for me, and I appreciate the language at the beginning of the fee structure to ensure adequate levels. So I would recommend that the word adequate gets replaced to full cost recovery, because that is the intention. Because to me, adequate doesn't mean much. It can be misinterpreted, adequate to whom. So I think the intention is that we get to full cost recovery, and that the implementation can be addressed when we get to that point, but that's the intention.
I'm going to defer to Greg in a moment. I'm going to defer because given what we understand about the fee structure and the cap in place, I'm not sure we're legally able to get to a point where we can ensure full cost recovery versus adequate. So Greg, do you have an opinion on changing the language to full?
I just want to make sure that I can follow along. So can you point me exactly to where
Yes,
this is on
absolutely.
screen?
So if you look at the fee structure section, at the very first sentence under the Objective 1 fee structure, we've stated our intent, and the intent is to ensure adequate levels of funding that will enable DTSC and the board to carry out our duties and responsibilities. Georgette is proposing that we strike out adequate and replace that with full. And the concern that I have, as Jeannie articulated, is that from what we understand of the fee structure, we know that there are some caps built into the fee structure, and legally we may not be allowed to get to full levels of funding. I don't fully understand this.
Just before you answer that, Craig, I'm not saying that we're getting to full levels next year. It could be 5 years, it could be 10 years, but that's the intention. That's all.
I think this, you're quoting the statute in that first.
Yes, yes, correct.
Yeah, I don't know how we do that. I don't know how we change the language of the statute, but we can, I don't know how we do that.
So let me just add that the language in the statute is a little more focused. So, and at the same time, it's a little broader. Let me explain. So there are several elements that are specific. The word adequate is used to describe 3 of those specific elements. And actually, there's several. There's quite a few elements to this. So I don't see our use of the term adequate to be limited by the use of that term in the statute. I think that our use of this is broader, and I don't feel like using a term other than adequate would be in some way inconsistent with law or inconsistent with what's in the statute. And I think, arguably full and adequate could mean the same thing. Full could be broader than adequate. But either way, I think that's within the board's jurisdiction as it relates to this document, because this is a plan that we use to implement and add to or fill in gaps in the statute. And so if we're departing in a way here, I don't see a problem with that, because again, this is a broader take. This is more of a broad policy statement.
Okay, thank you, Greg. So given that, then I propose that we, in the past, when we've talked about language of the operating plan, we have anchored on staying as close to the language in the statute as possible for the purposes of the operating plan, and then building on it in the implementation plan. So I don't want to lose the essence of the point that Georgette is making, which is to make sure in a principled way we're getting to the full cost recovery. We don't know how we're going to get there yet because we haven't gone through the full fee structure update process. That's for 2 reasons. One is the fee structures were just updated as part of 158. And second, we understand it's almost a year-long process, and this is the first year that Jeannie and I will expect to fully dive in with DTSC finance team to fully understand the process and how we engage. So we will have a much more pointed perspective on how to engage towards the end of the year. So with that being said, then my proposal, Georgette, would be to leave the language close to the statute, leave it as adequate, but know that as the subcommittee members on the fee structure, Jeannie and I will make sure that the spirit of ensuring cost recovery is included in our consideration. That work? Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to move on to the next section, which is the strategic objective number 2, accountability and partnership. I'm going to call out here that there were no material changes that came in or that were made based on the public comment. But just to recap some of the comments that came in, there was a comment from the public about building an operating model that clearly defines how state agencies work with each other, especially on complex regulatory issues of joint jurisdiction. So this is something for us to consider as we further build out the implementation plan for this objective. Additionally, there was a comment related to driving awareness within DTSC of the director's priorities, and just to make sure that all of DTSC staffers are remaining focused on the same set of priorities. There were additional comments or suggestions by a staffer as to how the partnership within state agencies today is a little bit inconsistent, and it's driven by sort of personal ways of working and connections and relationships. And perhaps there's a way to institutionalize this more across DTSC by adopting these operating procedures for staff that requires them to reach out to other state agencies on matters where there's multiple agencies have jurisdiction. So I thought that was an interesting suggestion and something for us to communicate to DTSC team, but does not require any changes to the operating plan. So with that, I'm going to pause here. Questions and comments related to strategic objective number 2 from board members? Okay, no. Seeing none, and once I'm done with this spiel, there will be plenty of time for more public comment. For now, I'm just trying to make sure my colleagues on the board have the opportunity to fully understand the spirit of the operating plan and where we are at. Okay, moving on to strategic objective number 3, which is environmental justice. As you may have noticed in my memo to the board, I have called out this section as an area for more public discussion at this board meeting. From the perspective of public comment, there were comments that have not been incorporated, but it's up for board discussion. I'm going to recap the comments and then pause and see if the 2 board members on the Environmental Justice Subcommittee, so Georgette and Lizette, if you have a perspective on any edits we want to make. Okay, environmental justice, the comments were about providing more detail on the EJAC by way of org chart and what its hierarchy is within DTSC, the role they play. So overall, elaborating on the role that EJAC will play. There was a comment about the fact that the EJ section can use stronger language that's more active and influential versus the way it's worded, which at least the commenter that provided the comment felt that the language in there is a little bit passive. There was another comment about the EJAC again, ensuring that the right people are on it, which means the right community groups are represented. Another comment about pushing for regulations on SB 673. I think we've, as a board, heard about SB 673 and the fact that there's a lot of public frustration with the fact that much more progress has not been made on it. There's also a suggestion for us to consider maybe updating Title 22 to require DTSC to incorporate or include community science when making permit decisions. So those are suggestions that came in. Again, they don't materially impact the language of the operating plan, but I think they're really critical to how we think about implementing the strategic objective. So with that, I'm going to pause. The decision question here is, do we believe that the environmental justice language under strategic objective 3 is adequate, or do we want to make a call to expand on any aspects of this?
The only thing I thought might belong in here in some way is to make reference to the ombuds process, which is one of the ways that we receive input from communities, frontline communities, environmental justice communities. I don't know if that's the right place for it, but acknowledging a robust and active ombuds program and And I think, I like the idea, you know, the EJAC we know has been something that has been a bit stalled, but now is going to take on a new impetus to move forward. So I think that's important. There may be more to elaborate on that as you get the implementation plan. And I really encourage that the implementation plan around our role in the EJAC and our incorporation of EJAC members into our work. Things like inviting them to participate, to attend meetings, to make presentations. I could imagine it being on the agenda every other meeting, a report from the EJAC or from the tribal groups, so that we're bringing to the board and to the people that follow the board the work of environmental justice across the agency and our work. So I don't know if that's implementation plan, but I think that is important. And I think we'll hear this afternoon, for those who've already prefaced the director's priorities, that EJAC and 673 are both, you know, environmental justice and 673 are both incorporated into priorities. So I think some word in here, the word priority just feels like it's not there, you know, push and priority in a way. We're support, we collaborate, we form. So I'm looking for language where this is a priority.
Can I add something to?
Yeah, I'm done.
I think Liz has a comment.
Yeah, just to provide more clarification, in just the understanding of the advisory subcommittee and the EJAC. I know that there were some questions at the December workshop regarding that, how it's going to be put together, what the selection process is going to be, and just for those who've missed some of our recaps in some of the previous board meetings, Member Georgette Gomez and I are part of the you know, the subcommittee dealing with the EJAC, and it's been a work in progress, as you mentioned, Chair. It has been stalled, but the way at least I've envisioned it is that it's, you know, we're working on a framework to have that can be something that you know, those who join the EJAC from all over the state can have as a starting document. It can be a working document that they can amend to what their needs are, what they see their group going through, and I don't know how much more I can elaborate, but that's all I can say for now. As far as the advisory subcommittee to seek information on environmental justice communities, I think that's something that we kind of needed clarification, just because SB 158 wasn't very clear on whether we had to make our own EJAC or whether we were going to support the EJAC that's already in existence. And I believe that the way we kind of stood on it is that we're supporting the EJAC that's already in existence, who's going to be advising us on matters related to DTSC and advising us on what, you know, what we're dealing with, and informing us on matters affecting environmental justice throughout California and within the tribal communities. So it's definitely something that you know, we're not taking lightly, but we also feel like, or at least I feel like, the EJAC itself has to have its own independence and its own from both, you know, us, the board, and DTSC. So that's at least something I'm pushing for myself.
And I think one of the, since it hasn't been stood up yet, and it's in development, and we've now been actively invited, right? So there's not a resistance now participating in the development of the EJAC. We have the authority to form advisory committees, and advisory committees expand beyond membership. So if we felt we wanted to have a group of advisors from within the EJAC, outside the EJAC, that worked with the two of you, you could do that. So, but I think we've all been wanting to have the anchor point of the EJAC to build off, rather than create something on our own while something is also happening at DTSC. So I think you could decide that from amongst the broad EJAC, which will be a lot of groups, you may want a subcommittee of 5 or 6 people that you work with on a regular basis that report, but you'll decide that after you are involved in setting up the EJAC. So I think the order of things is EJAC first, expanding an advisory committee if that's appropriate for the board, but also being our EJ people.
Yes. So a couple of things in regards to the comments that were gathered during your participation. I would recommend that we change a little bit of the wording on the second bullet that says support DTSC in the development of an effective environmental justice advisory committee to 2 things. One is partner with DTSC in the development of the Environmental Justice Advisory Council, not committee, which is what we're trying to change the wording. And then, I lost my train of thought. Oh, the other piece that I wanted to recommend, I'm trying to respond to the various points that you gather, so I just want to make sure that I am. The other comment that I was going to suggest that we incorporate, and I'm still trying to figure out what the language looks like, is I really want to incorporate the precautionary principles in this section in terms of the work that we do should always be guided by the precautionary principle of EJ, both in how we end up evaluating the directors, how we evaluate just everything that we're going to be doing. I just think that we really need to center precautionary principles in the work that we do, just because that's really critical. And I think that gets to the frustration of SB 673, because it's very much also centering that intention. So I would like, I apologize that I don't have the exact language, but I think it's really important that we do incorporate that in this section.
I have 2 comments, if I may. I know Jeannie wants to make a comment as well. So first, I'm hearing there were 2 comments from Jeannie, and then your comment, Georgia. So I'm going to go back to Jeannie's comments. So Jeannie, you spoke about making reference to the ombuds process. Since that's coming up in the next strategic objective, I propose that we cover the ombuds section there in public engagement. Second, your comment about making this active, a little bit more active. I believe Georgette's comment actually gets us there, so I really love that. I think we can I recommend that we move forward with adopting the change that you proposed, Georgette, to bullet number 2. And then Georgette, your broader point about the precautionary principle, I think that is just so fundamental and foundational to the way we work that it perhaps sits outside of the strategic objective and moves into our purpose or our approach. So I propose, if we scroll back up a little bit, to whoever's sharing the document.
Gabriella?
Can you please scroll up?
We're trying to get to the beginning of the document.
To the our approach.
Thank you.
All the way to our approach, please. Okay, so I recommend that we kick off the first sentence under our approach to say, the board will use the precautionary principle as a guiding principle to serve its core mission by all of the below bullet points.
Do we have nods around the room on that? I will just say, having proffered the legislation in the city of San Francisco to adopt the first precautionary principle in a municipality, I'm really happy to hear this one. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Georgette. And as someone that had to think about the implementation of the precautionary principle in San Francisco, I'm also very thrilled to hear this.
Right. We left it to Sushma to take care of, but you did a really good job.
Okay, so where we are now is we have gone through sections 1, 2, and 3, which is objective,
But I have
strategic
one
objective.
last thing
Yes,
on the,
Jean,
on
go.
the environmental justice, and I know it's referenced in point 3, amplify already underway, bearing in mind that Secretary Yana Garcia has made it really clear that this is important to her, important across all of Cal EPA, and how to, how to work across the various programs within DTSC and departments within Cal EPA. And I don't know that we have to comment on that, but I think collaborate and amplify the state environmental justice efforts there. It's more than their efforts, it's their commitment, it's their, so we really want the EJAC for DTSC to be a very active and leading environmental justice think tank along with the rest of Cal EPA. We heard that really clearly from Secretary Garcia, how important that is across all departments and programs. So I'm grateful to see that there.
Great. I think one comment that hasn't been made so far, so I'll repeat it, which is in previous board meetings, we talked about how this document is intended to be a living document. So we want to adopt it today, but as we learn through the course of our roles, if we want to expand on it, we will. If we get interesting public comments and we want to make changes, we can absolutely and do so, and then we will do so. And environmental justice, we also acknowledge that environmental justice section was not very clear in 158. So you'll see that there's the language from 158 is not italicized. It's in regular font here. And the language that's italicized is kind of referencing 158 and our build on interpreting 158 and going a little bit beyond it. So with that being said, I think we've agreed on making one change to strategic objective 3, which is to modify bullet number 2 to say partner with DTSC in the development of an effective EJAC, and we're changing committee to council. Okay, and then the second change we agreed on is the precautionary principle as a guiding principle. Okay, I'm now going to move on to strategic objective number 4, which is public engagement. On public engagement, again, I will repeat, no material changes have been made to the operating plan since the version we reviewed in December. But I will go through the kinds of comments that came in at the workshop. So public engagement, it seems like there is some discussion that we can have perhaps with DTSC to understand the public engagement process during permitting, because there was a sentiment shared that the public engagement came really late in the permitting process. Additionally, there were a couple of comments about whether or not the board has enough capacity, ombuds capacity, to carry out the full mandate, and that is for us to assess. We've just now established our ombuds person. There was another comment about how we measure public engagement, which is a really, I think, important consideration. There's a perception that DTSC is doing public outreach, but public outreach does not translate to public engagement. There's a sentiment that there are forums to solicit public input, but it's unclear, or at least there's a perception that the follow-through from DTSC is somewhat lacking. So it's unclear if this is about DTSC not responding to public comment, or if members of the public feel like they don't like the responses they're receiving. It's really unclear for us. I think one thing that we have talked about as a board, and I've certainly worked with Jessica to look at this, is how might we track the turnaround time metrics through the ombudsperson for issues that we as a board refer to DTSC. So that's perhaps one way we can incorporate this comment. Additional comments that came in on public engagement were about driving education or capacity building so that collectively we are helping community members better understand and interpret the science. And then there was also a comment about perhaps using the hazardous waste management plan engagement as a way to inform land use decisions by local municipalities. totally recognizing that we're in the very early stages of building a hazardous waste management plan, or DTSC is, but the comment was about perhaps finding a way to make this more actionable by working with local municipalities on the outcomes. There was one last comment I'll recap, which is about how we might integrate site-specific hearings and any public comments we receive as part of the site-specific hearings into permit decisions. This is something we might consider as we develop the implementation plan, or as we work with DTSC leadership on driving a framework for 673. So those are the public comments that came in related to strategic objective 4. I'm going to pause. Any questions from the board?
I just had a wording change suggestion on the first bullet where it says receive complaints and suggestions. I would recommend that we change the complaints to comments, receive comments and suggestions. Just
You could even consider, so it aligns with the ombuds language, and change it to inquiries.
inquiries.
Change it to what?
Inquiries.
Inquiries, yeah. I wanted to suggest, and I don't know if you're receiving it specifically from 158, I think we want to actively encourage, solicit, and receive, right? Now, I don't know if we can put that in there, and maybe that's just how we implement it. That it's not a passive receipt, it's an encouragement. It's we go out and we call for, we encourage, we make ourselves available. And maybe that does belong in the implementation of this. It's not passive. We're not just sitting waiting to receive. We're actively looking for those because they inform all of our work, make our work better, or at least we know what the challenges and concerns are, and complaints. But I think maybe if you would think about that for the implementation, I would appreciate it.
In this section, Jeannie, if I may respond, we have mixed language. There's language that was lifted directly from 158, and then there's also a bullet point that was the board's suggestion for how we might expand on the language of 158. So perhaps we edit bullet number 1 and italicize it to indicate that it wasn't lifted from 158, but it's our way of kind of expanding on it. And we change the language to say actively solicit inquiries and suggestions from the public, evaluate complaints, report findings, and so on.
I'm happy with that. Wherever it's appropriate for it to go. If it's not here, just as long as we're holding that as our guiding principle. We're not just sitting around waiting for things to happen. I don't think we'd be accused of that anyway, but.
I had one
Yes.
addition, or I don't know if maybe somebody in the board has any ideas on how to add language surrounding our continuous efforts to meet with community groups at our different board meetings or during our stay at different locations throughout the state. I kind of see it kind of fitting with bullet number 4, develop parameters. So I don't know if maybe there's some language we can put there with us, actively seeking engagement with community groups throughout.
I think it's actually in bullet 5, where it says conduct effective and appropriate outreach and assistance to all jurisdictions, state agencies focusing resource on communities most impacted by hazardous substance or waste. I feel it's captured there.
Okay.
Because it does call for us to have minimum 6 meetings a year, 3 of which must be out in the field, so to speak. So I don't know if that language, citing that language somewhere would be helpful. Because that really is a mandate. We're going above and beyond that, but we're obligated to that.
Any other questions or comments related to Objective 4? Not, I'm going to move on to Objective 5. Strategic Objective 5 is about permitting. No material changes to the plan since the version you saw in December, but I'm going to recap the comments that came in. Comment one that came in was about how DTSC scientific analysis is often produced by the responsible party. It might be the permitted facility or regulated community, and there's no mechanism for considering independent analysis that may be conducted by community members. While this does not require a change to the operating plan, it's something we might consider for the implementation plan. There was a comment also about how, in making permitting decisions, the business rationale is not really considered or requested, as in perhaps DTSC is not looking to assess if it's an essential use, and the nature and size of the demand is not really considered. This falls a little bit outside of our immediate scope, because clearly 158 talks about our responsibility to establish permit appeals process, and it doesn't really talk about permitting related responsibilities. However, we do work with DTSC leadership, so perhaps this is another comment to communicate with them and assess their ability to incorporate it. So I think that was it. So those were the two comments that came in on the permitting objective. Any questions or comments?
I think as we go through the permit appeals process and we begin to hear permit appeals, we're going to have an even deeper understanding of issues. And we're already taking in, we've had briefings from the permitting department. We're understanding better how that works and what some of the challenges are. And one of the things that we're asking for is, when things aren't happening in a timely manner, what are the barriers? Is it resource? Is it staffing? Is it? So I think those are some of the issues that we're trying to uncover now in working with the DTSC team. So it's working with leadership to improve, and I think if you see this afternoon's director's priorities, you will see that reflected. So I think we're already having those conversations, and it's not something we had to draw attention to. I mean, this is something the whole department is aware of, and hopefully the resources will continue to flow into. I'm looking at Aaron, right? I'm looking at you. Bring us the people. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there, but okay, thank you.
Now I'm going to move on to the last strategic objective, which is performance measurement and reporting. So on this topic, again, no changes to the operating plan, but I'm going to recap the comments that came in. One was about how the board has authority to evaluate the director's priorities. And the ask was for us to use our discretion to influence and shape and evaluate the metrics. So not just evaluate, but also influence and shape it. There was also another comment about how there are lots of KPIs that the department has built out, but there's a sense that the focus has been on lots of outputs like timelines and budgets and efficiencies and so on, and maybe those metrics don't help the community understand the outcomes and also may not materially change their lived experience. So we've heard this debate in the past about outputs versus outcomes. Communities want outcomes, but outputs are the ones that are measurable. So that was another comment. There was comment about being really thoughtful in coming up with KPIs and metrics, because tracking of metrics is very, very time consuming, as you're all aware. There was an ask that we do look-back analysis with DTSC to ensure that they are responding to community asks, so maybe driving accountability through our oversight authority. Yes?
Talking about things that come into the ombuds, when you say community asks,
Yeah, this was a generic comment. I think the comment was about whatever communities are requesting off of DTSC, how can we drive accountability using our board authority? So this is where I think clearly we can drive more accountability through the asks that come in through the Ombuds office, because there's no way for us to know or be aware of all of the community asks to DTSC. So I think that's a really good call out, Jeannie.
Right, I think that's an important distinction to make, and for all those listening, if we don't hear about it, if it doesn't come to us, then we're not in a position to assess or evaluate that. I think, and we'll hear more at the next meeting, but I think we already have 84 or some large number of inquiries that have come in that have been categorized in various ways in the Ombuds program. So those are things that have come to us, things that don't, or, you know, and Jessica will be following up. So if something gets referred to a certain program, how is that response following up? You heard that in Jessica's presentation last time. So you might want to revisit that when we come back at the next meeting. We'll have a report on this, basically a report on all those and what we've been able to accomplish. And again, knowing that it is a program, not an office of, although there are other departments within Cal EPA that some have ombuds, others that want to add ombuds. I just heard OWEHA wants to add ombuds. How are we going to all work together? How is, you know, these isolated programs that live in each program area or each department, what's the benefit of some kind of routine collaboration or sharing? Are you getting the same or some of the same kinds of complaints or concerns so that we could address them across the department and then across the agency? So I think there's real interest in that kind of workshopping that, how to collaborate across the whole department on that. So I think that's important to have in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Janie. There were a few other comments I'm not going to review right now because they were generic and not directly related to the strategic objectives. Yes, there's more comments.
Yeah, it was just more on the comment that it was related to the matrix and influencing. I do like that suggestion, and I think it's more of not just evaluating what DTSC performance metrics are, but consider us actually thinking about, well, what are the things that we would want to see as well?
So in that spirit, then for this section, I'm hearing a proposal to modify bullet number 1 to say shape and evaluate DTSC's performance metrics for each of the department's programs. Does that work for the rest of the board?
I don't hear an objection.
Okay, all right. So with that, I have now heard 4 different edits to the version of the operating plan. How would you like to proceed?
Does everybody here have them memorized? Do you want to?
I can recap them.
Yeah, why
That's
don't
useful.
you recap them in the form of a motion?
Perfect.
Thank you.
One logistics question. Am I able to do a motion? Okay.
Yeah, you're a board member. You can move the adoption of this, or you can say what it is and somebody can so move. But
Okay, perfect, great. Okay, so I am proposing that we adopt the operating plan version number 3 with 4 modifications. Modification 1 is under our approach. If you scroll up, Gabrielle. Can you move up to our approach, please?
we're going to have public
Our
comment.
approach. Okay. All right, I'll just keep going through it. Okay. So modification 1 is under our approach. The board will use the precautionary principle as a guide to serve its core mission by all the bullet points listed. So that's edit number 1. Edit number 2 is under strategic objective number 3, environmental justice. Bullet number 2, we will modify to say partner with DTSC in the development of an effective environmental justice advisory council. Modification number 3 is under strategic objective number 4, public engagement. The first bullet will say actively solicit inquiries and suggestions from the public. Modification number 4 is under strategic objective 6, performance measurement and reporting. The first bullet will say shape and evaluate DTSC's performance metrics for each of the department's programs.
Okay, I think we need to take public comment before we put it in the form of a motion, but that's what we're dealing with right now. So, Sheena, will you invite public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we will be taking public comment in response to the revisions to the operating plan. While the in-person comments are queuing up, those of you joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hands if you would like to make any comments. As a reminder, comments are limited to 3 minutes. If you anticipate that your comment will be longer than 3 minutes, please request that time extension at the start of your comment from the board chair. Go ahead and please restate your name and affiliation.
Good. Let me test this. Oh, good. I'm working. Again, Eric Nolan and general public. And again, thank you for your time. I have 3 comments. First off, I want to say that I fully support the use of the precautionary principle. Great idea. Member Gomez, thank you for bringing that up. I wish I had thought of it and come up here with it. But with that said, I also want to point out that that is a very significant policy position to take. And I know you recognize that. And as you consider working in the realm of science and getting science-based input, because I know we talked about, you discussed that as a part of this discussion, I think it'll be important to make sure you balance, figure out how to make that balance sometimes, because sometimes science may push against the precautionary principle. So please keep that in mind. My second comment would be to the public engagement 4 on the first bullet. Chair Rizzo, thank you very much for your comments about actively engaging the public. I think our solicited comment, I think that is absolutely the direction you need to go. But I would say I think there is some language that does need to be added to it's not just going out and seeking comment, but going full circle and responding to that comment. So that it's, and I know that's a lot of what the ombuds will serve, but I think there may be something missing in the language on this bullet that gives the sense that not only will we hear, not only will we go out and actively solicit that information, we will actually respond to it as possible. There is some language in here that says render assistance to the public, but I'm not sure that really gets to the point of active respondent. And then the final point is on the performance metrics. I think there needs to be a bullet in here also added that this information will be made public so that the KPIs, performance of those metrics, whatever the targets are, is actually presented on the website and made available to the public. That'll be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Sushma, are you feeling accepting of those as you're receiving?
Yes, so I think first of all, the first comment is all great. Thank you for your support. I think we're going to consider adopting the revised version, including precautionary principle, fully understanding that the implementation is where the magic happens, is how do you balance available science and data gaps. The second comment on public engagement, the board could consider editing bullet 2 under public engagement, strategic objective 4, the second bullet where we say solicit public input. We could say solicit public input, solicit and respond to public input. And then the third one is, I think you called out making everything available to the public. We started out our strategic plan talking about our approach of transparency and accountability, so perhaps that's all-encompassing.
Thank you. Dawn Kepke, again, on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance. First, congratulations and thank you for all your work, Board Member Bhatia, on this. I think certainly overall aligns with SB 158, which you know Steve was very passage of that. Couple of quick comments specific to the performance measurement and reporting section. We appreciate kind of the identification of metrics that matters based on communities' desired outcomes. Respectfully, I might also just request that there be a consideration communities' expectation of outcomes as well. Certainly, as you well know, we've talked about before, SEEB and its members in the regulated community came to SB 158 with a shared interest among communities about greater transparency, responsiveness, what have you. And so I think that's important for the regulated community to know that we value the metrics that is working to establish and abide by, and that the board is certainly encouraging. They request some consideration of inclusion of regulated community in that as well. Also, if I may, building upon a request of Board Member Gomez about not only just evaluating DTSC's performance metrics, but helping to shape those. I think certainly that is something our folks within SEEB would be supportive of, and also I think aligns with a couple of provisions that are in SB 158 under section 25125.2B, specifically under number 7, subsection 7 there, where a couple of the things may not have been explicitly incorporated around development of long-term goals, not even just specific related to metrics, but just long-term goals for programs. And specifically would appreciate consideration among kind of these this piece potentially is, in addition to the statute really calling out focus on permitting, there is under that subsection 7 in subsection C, provisions related to working with the department around site mitigation, cleanup, and proposals for kind of long-term goals, and perhaps addressing some things that may be warranted. I know SEEB members certainly work very closely with the department on site mitigation, remediation, cleanup activities. I apologize. But ultimately, I do have some concerns about some of the consistency issues, which in part are related just to staff turnover around site mitigation cleanup activities, but does result in delays of those projects proceeding where there are responsible parties that are ready to go, to put shovels in the ground, to have the funding to do that. So we just respectfully request consideration of that. Appreciate you're about to possibly adopt this, so appreciate that it's an evergreen document. So if nothing else, when you do work to update that, if that could be included, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate your indulgence. Thanks.
So I think the first suggestion was about expanding on the language under performance metrics and reporting, so section 06. We've had this philosophical debate in the past as a board about what does community really mean. And what we previously talked about was community to us means all stakeholders. It could be the members of the regulated community, it could be community members and so on, which is why we intentionally left the language as communities. But I think this is because Dawn has called it out. I think it's worth us making sure that we're all aligned in the fact that we want to leave this as communities intentionally, and knowing that for us, community means all of this, or like now is the opportunity for us to change the language.
And I'm not sure that it does broadly. Public might. We've gone through this. Stakeholders, the implication of who's a stakeholder. I mean, we could use stakeholder word, and that could include everybody. But I think it's worthy if your intent on community is public and regulated community and interested parties or whatever it is, then say it, just so that we're clear in what we mean by it. Because I don't think everyone out there would agree on what those 3 words mean. They're used differently depending on your context, right? So if you can clarify that in some way, that would be great.
So when I do my final recap, I will propose an expansion of the language. We could have the introductory text read to identify metrics that matter based on public and regulated communities' desired outcomes, the board will. And I think there's a second comment about,
Wouldn't you just say public rather than calling out different stakeholders? Because if you're going to call out one stakeholder, you'll need to call all of them out. So public feels more encompassing.
is the proposal then to just say to identify metrics that matter based on public's desired outcomes, the board will? Does that work for the rest of the board members?
I don't think there would be universal agreement about the word community or the word public to incorporate all the various interested parties. I mean, we might agree on it, and it might be that you have a footnote and you explain what you mean, right? Explain that public means, because public could also include people in other departments or agencies or fields, public health people, people that don't identify as either community or regulated, but they have a public interest in this.
So,
find a word. What? Public? The word public? I'm fine
Yeah,
with it,
to
but
me,
I'm
it's
not sure
more
everybody
of-
agrees with what the word public.
I think public gets more broad and it's not defined. I think the caution on starting to list them
think you're
is
gonna miss somebody.
who are, yeah. So I think leaving it broad is much better than defining it.
Use public and say.
Yeah. I would
Okay.
say just use public and not even use the asterisk.
I agree with public as well, leaving it broad.
All right. That's good. Thank you.
I think Jessica had a comment that public has been used on the operational guidelines, so to keep consistent with that.
Okay. Great. So we're sticking with public.
yeah, I think I want to
Any
respond to one other
comments,
comment.
On Zoom, Sheena?
At this time, just a reminder that we are taking public comment in response to the operating plan amendments. Are there any additional in-person comments? And while our in-person commenters are queuing up, I would like to check in with the Spanish interpreters to please advise whether we have any Spanish comments from the Spanish lines. Please restate your name and affiliation.
It's Matt Williamson with the firm of Manat, Phelps and Phillips. I just want to flag for the board the, I guess, a little whiplash. We have been talking about the appeal rulemaking and we're slowing that down. And then I sat here today and heard Member Gomez introduce the concept of precautionary principle into leading the core mission of the board. I certainly have clients I work with that implement that very effectively. It is a very effective way of operating businesses and conducting oversight. I guess my concern I want to flag for the board, and I'm certain that Greg has thought of this, is that having that be a core tenet of your oversight is going to be inconsistent in many ways with state law and state regulations that govern the activities that DTSC and the regulated community do. And I don't know how you reconcile that in your core mission to implement, have that be a guiding light with the state law. And I guess I would voice some concern that you're going to end up in a situation where you're going to have folks suing you for either violating your core mission or violating state law. So I would offer that as a suggestion to consider before we finalize the plan. Thank you.
We have comments from our precautionary principle advocate.
No, I don't. I do think that in terms of the intention for this board, I think it makes sense. So I still think we should keep it.
You could immunize yourself against some kind of challenge along those lines by saying, to the extent consistent with California law, or in some respect, making explicit our intent to remain consistent with California law and not violate California law. I think that assumption is implicit anyway, and I think this document would be entitled to a presumption along those lines, but if that was a concern, you could add language along those lines.
Can I just say that the precautionary principle is different from an enacting ordinance? Okay, so for example, in the city of San Francisco, when they passed the precautionary principle, it was a way of holding and thinking about preventing harm. It was more like a guiding philosophy. In order to execute the precautionary principle, it required an ordinance, a purchasing ordinance, for example, or whatever other ordinances were implemented specifically to have the precautionary principle inform, guide, and oversee that activity. So for purchases of $50,000 or more, it had to be evaluated. Was this essential? Was there an alternative? You know, so the principle is a guiding principle. An ordinance or we don't have a piece of legislation in here that's translating it into a specific law or regulation. We're saying we're guided by this principle.
Correct. And I would argue that this whole document is it's got to be implemented within the law. So I don't think we need clarification anywhere. I just think it can stand the way that we're recommending.
It was important where it has been adopted as a principle. It's a way of thinking. So you calculate that when you're thinking about doing something. And if it's impossible because you have to use this particular chemical to clean something, you then talk about how do you mitigate, right? But you're holding it. And so I appreciate that. I'm not sure, well, we'll see what we run into, but I think the board supports. All right, keep going. Do we have more public comments?
At this time, there are no additional comments, Madam Chair.
So you've made your list of changes already. Do you have another one? And then we'll ask somebody to so move to adopt.
Sounds good. I want to respond to Dawn, one other comment from Dawn. Okay. Sorry, we didn't get to that one, so I'll just close on that, which is, I think you referenced a specific section of 158 related to site cleanup and so on. In reviewing 158 and thinking through the operating plan, we felt that there are some specific actions that the board can take against each of DTSC's programs that are worth calling out in the implementation plan, but that level of detail we felt didn't belong in the operating plan, which is why you don't see those specific references. So if that works, then we'll just leave that detail out here. And then when we further think through what role we want to play as a board in evaluating DTSC's programs, how do we deliver on our oversight function, I think you'll see those details at the implementation stage.
Any other comments, concerns, questions before we call for a motion?
I think there's a comment on Zoom, Sheena.
Yes, Angela on Zoom made a comment stating, don't walk back incorporating the precautionary principle approach. Do not let industry suggest that this is problematic.
She's saying it is, I'm sorry. Okay, I think we've addressed that.
Other than that, there are no additional comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So can we have, all right, Georgette?
I'll be happy to move with incorporations of the changes as listed.
Great.
This is Liz, I'll second.
Second, will you call the roll, please, Sheena?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeannie Rizzo?
Yes.
Bishma Bhatia?
Yes.
Georgette Gomez?
Yes.
Alexis Strauss-Hacker?
Yes.
Lizette Ruiz?
Yes.
We have 5 yeses. The motion passes unanimously with the amended suggestions for the operating plan.
Thank you very much. We will now take a 1-hour break for lunch, and we'll inform Dr. Williams that we're running 30 minutes late, but she was being flexible. So when we come back, we'll have the director's priorities.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We will take a 60-minute lunch, and we will,
it's
60.
60.
We will return at 1:31. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Sheena. Will you reestablish the quorum, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. All members are present. Quorum is maintained. Thank you.
Thank you all and welcome back. You heard this morning that right after lunch, which is now, that we would be hearing from Dr. Williams. Just as a reminder of what we talked about earlier, that I've had the opportunity to meet with Meredith Williams, I would say almost continuously, whether it's once a week or twice a week. We have regular update reports. EO Swati meets with Francesca Negri, the deputy director, and we've been involved in meeting with the various teams and getting briefings from them over the course of the last year. Last time we addressed the fact that at this meeting we would be looking at the DTSC priorities for 2023. With the SB 158 requires us to approve the priorities and then at the end of the year to evaluate based on the execution and the production of those priorities. We were not established until basically March 30th of 2022, so we did not approve the 2022 priorities. But that said, we have been fully engaged over the course of the last 9 months in understanding through Dr. Williams and through the rest of the teams what they are working on, which sets us up to be in a position to evaluate the priorities for 2023, and then at the end of the year to perform our statutory requirement to evaluate the performance to those priorities. And that's what we're here for today. We're here to hear the 2023 priorities. We'll be interested in public comment, board questions and comment, after which we will vote on those priorities. And that will be what we will all be holding as the most significant prioritized activities. That said, Dr. Williams will explain what goes into making a priority and what does not. So that doesn't mean other work doesn't get done. So I just want to we've had this discussion multiple times. We have priorities, but it's not all of what we do. So please have an open mind as you're hearing these and listen carefully. I think her presentation is excellent. The secretary has also reviewed these priorities. We are in alignment, but we really want, and I know she does, want your feedback and input. And so I now gratefully introduce Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Chair Rizzo, and hello. Good to be here for your first meeting of the year and to get a chance to talk about the outlook for the department for the year. We shared a document with you. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at that and are ready to dig in and have a good conversation. I'm going to be doing a lot of talking today, but that's not my goal for the day. My goal for the day is to hear from you. Especially, it was interesting, some of the comments I heard this morning, I'm sure are going to show up in the conversation this afternoon. Let's get to it. Let's get to getting, as Niecy Nash would say. So for today, next slide, please. Okay, so for today, I'm first going to talk a little bit about what we mean when we say prioritization and what the executive team has thought about as we identify these priorities. Then I'll talk about our broad objectives for the year, and those are our focus areas. There are 3 focus areas, and all of the actions that we've prioritized fall into one of those 3 categories. We'll then walk through the individual priorities and then really dig into the metrics. How are we going to measure our progress against those priorities? And lastly, the good part, the communication. How are we going to keep you abreast of our progress? What do you need? How can we continue to evolve the priorities and metrics as we move along? So let's talk about what priorities even mean and why we're bothering to prioritize. So I'm going to actually start in the personal context, which is to say that we all have to make priority decisions. And this is a picture of my beloved Gray Lodge State Wildlife Refuge. I'm a bird watcher, and in winter, tons of migrating birds come to this place. And I go up there a couple times a year. You can see how beautiful it is. There's a view of Sutter Buttes. It looks southward onto Sutter Buttes. It's just lovely. And a while ago, some friends called me and said, do you want to go up to Gray Lodge outside of lovely Gridley, California? And I had to make a decision because it had been a very busy week. I'd been very active. And what that meant was my refrigerator was empty and I had piles of laundry to do. So I had to weigh the trade-offs, make a decision. Of course, I went to Gray Lodge, right? So I paid a price for that. And that's all right. You know, it was a little bit more hectic when I got back, but I was refreshed, restored, and it was, you know, I weighed those trade-offs that my long-term well-being would serve me better than feeling a little more in control over the course of 1 week. And that's the personal, but obviously there are organizational parallels, but the calculus is quite different as if we think about things at the departmental level. So why are we prioritizing? First and foremost, we all know SB 158 calls for us to be clearer and more transparent about our priorities and for you to consider those priorities and give us feedback and shape them and guide them. Another reason we're thinking about priorities is because the deputies have asked. So we've actually been having an executive team discussion about priorities for, I don't know, 6-8 months, even outside the context of this exercise. And part of that is because this is a department that has often been very reactionary. And as a result, people get whiplash. We're doing this one day and this the next day. There can be miscommunication about who's focusing on what. It's been very challenging. And all of that is exhausting. And it creates a potential for burnout. And we like our staff too much to burn them out. One of the biggest reasons we prioritize is because we share services. We have a legal team, a communications team, all of our administrative support that all of the programs, all the 3 core programs rely upon. And they get pulled in a lot of different directions. And so it's important for us, for them, for the deputies who oversee those shared services to be able to say, this is what we're focusing on, and to be able to make those decisions about where to use their resources. It also gives the rest of the executive team awareness, alignment, and it gives us a quicker mechanism to resolve conflicts when there are conflicts when they come up. So without prioritization, we easily can fall into that trap of only responding to the urgent and never making any progress on the important. And we know what's important and we want to make progress on what's important. And then I'll say that if we do what we say we're going to do, as we set out these priorities, we give clear metrics, develop them over the course of the year, it's going to enhance our credibility as a department. It's going to help us keep ourselves, meaning the executive team, accountable. It's going to help us keep staff accountable, and it's going to help as well as the public. So with that in mind, a few more comments about what we considered as an executive team as we made decisions about should we focus on this or focus on that. And first and foremost, Governor Newsom has an agenda. We're part of the administration and we want to support that agenda and move it forward. Look at our mission. We actively look at our mission and say, does this activity have the potential to significantly advance our mission? And we know what our stakeholders, what the public expects of us. We have to deliver on those things. And so that's very much front of mind as we consider what needs to be priority. There are a few considerations, and Chair Rizzo mentioned those, and I wanted to underscore them. First of all, they're subject to change. I'm guessing that by the time the day is done, by the time we finish this conversation, there'll be some changes. So that's, of course, going to happen. It's going to happen over time as budget changes or emergencies come up, whatever. So we're prepared for that. I wanted to say the executive team spent a good amount of time thinking about the risks and opportunities associated with each of these priorities. Is a priority, there are cases, some of the priorities are because there are real potential risks to public health and the environment. And we want to get ahead of those, we want to mitigate those risks. for violations. And so that we did a risk calculus around that. There are risks associated with disappointing our stakeholders and the public. Same time, there are opportunities. As I mentioned, some of these things can really help us take significant steps toward our mission and vision. These priorities are not everything we're doing. Very conspicuous absences on this list. Hiring is not listed as a priority. But I will tell you, our executive team looks at our hiring numbers every week. Every Tuesday, we get an update. We figure out what more can we do to be getting high-quality candidates, diverse candidates that represent the state. We're putting a lot of energy into it. It doesn't show up here as a priority, but it's well understood. Safer consumer products doesn't show up here. That's an interesting case. Safer consumer products was built largely from the ground up, knowing what it took to run a department. And as a result, they got a few more dedicated resources than some of the other programs have had. So for instance, they have communications folks and legal staff that are very familiar with their work, are much more available. So they're much less subject to the interruptions that come from competing priorities. And so I can assure you, they have a very ambitious plan for the year. It is outstanding. And you will get visibility into that. In fact, all of our programs, core programs, do have strategic plans. They're in various phases of implementation. Some of them started before the departmental, and some of them came after. And then we're starting to see strategic plans at the division level. And as those, we can share detail about those as is appropriate, but they're not all going to show up here. Not everything can show up here. And this is about keeping us focused. And then you don't see Excite here as a priority. And I think everyone knows how important Excite is, how important it is to continue to have clear numerical targets that we're going to hit this year. But I will say, we feel confident about that. If you do the risk opportunity calculus, I think we feel as though the risk of not performing on Excite is less than not performing on some of the other areas. So we want to make sure we keep on those other areas. So let me describe in a little more detail the 3 areas of focus for the year. The first being environmental justice and racial equity. And EJ concerns were a strong motivation for the reform and for the provisions that are in SB 158. They're a priority for Governor Newsom. He's been very clear about that. And I think all of you know that Secretary Yana Garcia comes with experience with environmental justice and a commitment to that work. It's the second goal in our strategic plan. We are going to continue to build on the efforts we've been making in environmental justice and racial equity, both internally. But we know we're not where we need to be. We need to get there, and we need to get there now. So this is a reason why this is a priority for us. It's one of our objectives. And I think numerically, there are more priorities listed under environmental justice than under the other 2 objectives. And that's because it touches everything. And we're trying to make it touch everything, trying to embed these environmental justice principles into everything. Our second objective is sustained performance. And that really is something we talked about in the oversight hearing last August. We talked about some of the operational infrastructural capacity that we've built. And I have to say, it just keeps going. I'm going to brag on our IT team. They've really worked hard with staff to get them, and they've worked on our hardware, our software, our processes. And so we recently had a security check, an IT security check. And it was a drastic improvement in terms of how robust our protections are against hacks and other breaches. So that's just one area where we continue to see progress. Our employee engagement scores went up significantly. And I'll mention our data empowerment team. We do have folks who are really looking at how we use and manage data across the department to the best effort. But this fundamentally, this particular objective is all about execution and crossing the finish line on critical deliverables. And we can't do it without all that infrastructure, but it requires discipline. It requires good project management practices, and it requires effective resolution of obstacles. And so these are, again, eyes on the prize for the priorities that nest under this particular objective. The third objective should be very familiar to you. It is simply to continue implementing our strategic plan. We have that plan. It runs through the end of next year. We are just going to continue focusing on those goals. So what we're talking about here is looking at the prioritized actions that are expected to be completed in this calendar year and delivering on those. So those are the three objective areas. And so we'll take a moment to talk about the priorities that nest under those, each of those areas. Starting with our environmental justice and racial equity. There are 5 priorities listed under there. Enforcement. We are committed. This started under the previous secretary. This is Chair Blumenfeld was particularly focused on enforcement. We adopted that enforcement mindset, and we've been doing a lot of work to strengthen our enforcement practices, and we'll continue to do that. The Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative is the one-time funding that accompanied the reform efforts, and that's, again, it's a priority for us to make progress on that. We think it's an exemplary program. Cumulative impacts. I'll talk about this more later. You have all heard concerns about the regulations that are associated with 673, SB 673. We know we need to, there's a reason. I think it's obvious to everyone why that's a priority for us. Metal shredders. We are these are facilities that continue to have releases. We think they need to be brought under a more comprehensive permitting framework, and we are committed to doing that this year. And lastly, I'll mention our racial equity framework. You may not be familiar with the fact that we have developed that. It covers a lot of our internal processes: hiring, contracting, continued training on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Really about how we work with each other, how we work with the people we serve, and really how we just deepen. We can't be successful in the prior 4 priorities if we're not doing the work internally to really deepen our comfort with addressing racial equity issues. Our sustained priorities, or sustained performance, is really about getting the job done. And here, our priorities are to get our job done in 3 different areas. Reduce the permits that have expired, the number of permits that have expired. Give you a hazardous waste management report so that you can begin that process of planning out what is the future going to look like in terms of how California handles hazardous waste. And complete the Santa Susana Field Lab Program Environmental Impact Report. And that, the SSFL PEIR is critically important for us to be able to get to the full-scale cleanup at that site for all 3 responsible parties. We are in the home stretch, and again, we just have to get it done so that we can move on and do the meaningful cleanup. Strategic management, as I mentioned, is very straightforward. We have our strategic plan. I will say we are taking stock. At this point, we've completed 61 of 133 prioritized actions that were called out in the original. So we're asking ourselves, what does that mean? Have we actually moved the ball? Are we making progress toward the goals just because we checked some prioritized actions off? And so we took a step back, and that's an important part of any strategic planning process, is to go through that exercise. And we will be refreshing, as we're calling it, it's a strategic plan refresh. And that'll be out and in front of you within less than 2 weeks. And that, I think, will inform our next round of discussions about this particular objective. The KPIs have evolved, and some of the prioritized actions have evolved. And really, the intent of that is to sharpen what we're doing. Things that were more abstract when we put them in the strategic plan have come into focus for us, and it makes it easier for us to know with more specificity and more clarity what it is we need to do. So for all three of the priorities, the next question is, how are we and how are you going to measure our progress? Before I dive into that answer to that question, or as best I can, I will take a moment to reflect, because director's prerogative. I don't remember how many years ago, Chief Deputy Director Francesca Negri had a vision that we would have a data-driven organization, that we would be making decisions based on not conjecture, not best guesses, but on real data. And as we prepared for this conversation, we actually realized how far we've come toward that vision. It's been remarkable. I mentioned our data empowerment team. They are looking at all the sources of data we have in the department, using new 21st century data mining tools and APIs and all the things we can use to make the data be more useful to us, more transparent to stakeholders, just of more utility. And it's been quite a process. And it's showing up. We have a regular data governance process, and I will tell you that we started talking about data governance when probably 7 or 8 years ago, and we just didn't get traction. And now I think there's a shared understanding of what data governance means and how powerful it can be in terms of helping us run the organization. Ultimately, accountability, all those different levels, internal and external. Good metrics and deliverables support that. So what are the actual deliverables associated with each of our priorities? For the enforcement activities, as I said, we've been pushing to take strong enforcement postures. And so we have some stretch goals for this particular category. And these goals are very much aligned with Cal EPA's enforcement strategies. And we work in very close concert with Cal EPA on this. Our performance metric is that 90% of the time, we will bring any permitted facility that has a violation and operates in a vulnerable community back into compliance within whatever time frame we specify when we issue them that inspection report. So if we say, fix this in 30 days, 90% of the time, that will be fixed in 30 days. Not all violations are created equal. Not all of them are 30 days. Some of them are 60 days. And so that's why it's written the way that it is. And for the second metric, we're talking about the full universe of hazardous waste facilities, not just the permitted facilities.
What we've been hearing is that they're...
Okay. So for that one, it's a bigger universe. It includes facilities like e-waste handlers, transporters, generators, and others. And what we have found is that for some sectors, the compliance rate is significantly lower. And I will say that's one reason why one of the critical gaps we closed with the additional funding was, for instance, transporter inspection capacity. So we now have more resources to inspect more transporters and bring them into compliance. But I will tell you that if you go out and inspect a transporter that you've never inspected before, it's 50-50 odds about whether or not they'll have a violation. It's a 50% violation rate. And so in order for us to get to this 80%, it's a stretch goal for some of these sectors, no doubt about it. So these are the goals that are in our strategic plan. They're aligned with the Cal EPA strategy, and we will have further discussions with you about what the interim targets will be along the year to show whether or not we're on track. Clean Up in Vulnerable Communities Initiative, we have a longstanding metric associated with this to clean up more acreage in vulnerable communities. But overall, environmental justice groups and community groups have been very clear about their dissatisfaction about the way we've been implementing CBCI, and we've had quite a lot of conversation. So we're regrouping. The future implementation has to address the concerns that we've heard and the issues that have been raised. So there aren't going to be metrics that we're sharing now. The metrics are going to have to come much more organically in partnership with the people who live in vulnerable communities, with the groups who have really rolled up their sleeves, taken their time to understand CBCI, and are giving us feedback. So we will be giving you additional metrics, but they will be very much guided by what we hear here. Our new deputy director for site mitigation and remediation, Todd Sachs, is very much involved in this. He's understanding the challenges, and he's going to be a critical part of the conversation. Cumulative impacts. I said it once, I'll say it again. I just want to acknowledge the frustrations with the delays establishing and adopting regulations for SB 673. You're frustrated, communities are frustrated. Even at the national level, people are watching California to do this, get it right. So it's very critically important to us. So we're confident about having a next public workshop that reflects the input we received, revises the framework, makes it very practical, really gives people, we've been talking kind of in terms of a framework, and I think it's been hard for people to understand how that translates into regulations. And so it's really important for us to make those connections soon, make it visible, and engage people so that we can get to rulemaking, because that's our objective. In the meantime, we're doing some things. We are using CalEnviroscreen as a basis to consider cumulative impacts for the communities near our hazardous waste landfills, Buttonwillow and Kettleman City. So we took our best guess at what we thought the cumulative impacts were based on CalEnviroscreen, and then we're reaching out to community to ground truth that, to see what the lived experience looks like, to see whether or not we got it right, what we missed. And that will be part of the permit making process for each of those permits. And the second thing we're doing, we have a really great opportunity, which is US EPA has funding, and they approached us and offered to partner in terms of characterizing cumulative impacts for a community. And we chose North Richmond as a community where there are not just DTSC related hazardous waste facilities and operations, but they have a lot of environmental stressors, a lot of impacts to be considered. I will say for this one, it's nice because we're starting with a clean sheet of paper. We're not starting with CalEnviroscreen. It gives us an opportunity to start based on more active community input at an early stage. So once the funding is in place and we have everything lined up, we'll be moving forward with that. And all of that work will inform the SB 673 framework. Metal shredders, as I said we're committed to bringing these facilities under control and stopping releases with an appropriate permitting regime. That's critical. They need to be regulated in a more effective way. We're currently already processing 2 applications, and that's encouraging that we're moving in the right direction. In the meantime, these are complicated facilities. They have a lot of issues, so it's very important that we focus on the enforcement aspects. Make sure we're out there inspecting those facilities, getting them into compliance to the requirements they currently have today. I mentioned our racial equity framework. That's going to come out this quarter. And the deliverables and metrics are still in development on this one. However, I do expect that as we evolve our dashboard, you'll start to see some metrics associated with this framework in there. And so let me just set that aside. The Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, already been grateful for your partnership in developing that framework. We'll pick that up and keep it moving. Want to get that, I don't need to tell you, we need to get it in place. We need to have them informing our decisions. And we want them because we think that they will be a good venue for providing additional feedback on metrics, appropriate metrics, and appropriate ways to measure. I will say what we've heard, and I may have said this to you before, what we've heard from community groups is, yeah, you're more accessible. We hear from you more. There's more communication, but it's not changing our lived experience on the ground. So we need their guidance to figure out how to accurately reflect that lived experience in our performance metrics. Permits. Don Kepke talked about some of the expectations of the regulated community. It frustrates them when permit decisions aren't made in a timely fashion. Certainly communities it makes them to have facilities operating on old permits. We don't like it. They're less enforceable. They're not clear to the operator. So it's in everybody's interest to have timely permit decisions that are effective and clear. And that was a big driver behind the reforms in the first place. We actually started addressing this well before the reform. We got resources. We've been chipping away at this. So for the oldest permits, for instance, we had 24 permits that were continued for more than 5 years. If you go back 5 years ago, 24. Now we have 6. And our commitment is to public notice all of any permit that's longer than 5 years by the end of the year. That will allow us to shift our focus to the permits. They're still continued, and that's not ideal, but they will have been continued for 2 years or more. So we'll shift our focus, and our goal is to get that number down to less than 10 by the end of the year. All of that depends on good processes, having good communication, working to the milestones, the new milestones that were established in SB 158 related to permitting. And so we're capturing the fact that we will be sending those reminder letters to permitted facilities well in advance of when their permit applications need to be in so that they understand our expectations. Reduce the number of iterations, sit down with them, we'll talk to them up front, and that should further reduce the possibility of having continued permits. Lastly, with regard to permitting, we have now implemented the violation scoring procedure for several years. We've learned a lot. We need to get a rulemaking package out there that reflects what we've learned, what changes we want to make, and so you can look forward to a rulemaking package related to violation scoring procedure. 2 deliverables are very straightforward. You need a report from us, a report that describes the data that we found related to hazardous waste in the state, how it's used. This is all it's very simple. We just have to get it done. We have to get it done on the PEIR. Strategic management, again, we will publish our strategic plan refresh in the coming weeks. So that, again, you'll have a good chance to look at the KPIs and metrics there and perhaps decide that you want some of those to be pulled up so that you have better visibility, if that's what you want, as we move forward in the calendar year. Again, tracking progress, we use our dashboard as a means of doing that. We publish the quarterly updates. We're continuing to publish those, but I want to set expectations that you can expect significant changes in the dashboard this year, again, based on our data governance efforts. It will just provide so much more transparency. And right now, for instance, all of the metrics are just snapshots in time. And so it's hard to understand the trends. Are we headed in the right direction? We want to make sure people can see what the arc is and how things are moving forward. So very much, when it's in red, it means help. It means we really are looking forward to your input and guidance. Feedback on the dashboard. What more do you want to see? Does it actually tell the story? We know that you are working also with the environmental justice communities, and we expect you to hear things that maybe we won't hear, that can inform metrics that we develop in that particular area. So very much looking forward to your input and guidance on the dashboard and on our metrics. So with that, you can expect ongoing quarterly updates from me or from Chief Deputy Director Negri. And of course, there are focus areas. And so I would anticipate that those of you who have focus areas will have an opportunity even to dig in on specific areas and maybe go down a level in detail. I've shared a lot. That's because we are setting out a lot to do a lot this year. We're very excited about it. We have things in place. We're poised to really have another very good, successful year. We want to be in regular communication with you and want to continue to shape this throughout the year with all of your input. And with that, let's comments, discussion, any questions I can answer.
Thank you so much for that, Meredith. Your process in arriving at this and your transparency in the discussions along the way and in the course of the last several months are greatly appreciated. And I'm glad that the board gets to witness this in a way that regular meetings. But let me open it up for questions or comments from the board. Do you want to start, Sushma?
Thank you, Meredith. Now, I have 3 or 4 questions, so let's just go back and forth. My first question is about how you're thinking through connecting the dots across the programs within DTSC. I'll give you 2 specific examples that have come up over the last few months for us. One is with reference to dry cleaners. When we did our community tours, we obviously saw all of the sort of contamination that can be caused by dry cleaning facilities. And then you have a safer chemicals side of the house. And it was interesting to see the disconnect between the cleanup side and then the safer consumer product side. I wonder if there's more can be done to shape or move the dry cleaning community towards safer garment cleaning methods versus continuing to invest in cleanup technologies, for example. That was one example that came up. The second is when we toured Exide communities and facilities, we learned about how DTSC was helping post-cleanup, helping the residents settle into their remediated homes. In the context of that, we learned about potentially pesticide used in the new turf that was being installed and such. And then the question we had asked was, would it be possible to provide trainings on safer chemicals that residents in those communities can use? So these are just 2 examples. There's probably more. But the meta question is, is there some thinking on connecting dots across the organization so that the conversations you're having on the cleanup side, you're also infusing thinking on the safer chemical side?
Yeah. So I think those are very powerful examples in terms of the problem. I mean, and I will not wax poetic on my philosophy about the way our statutes and our environmental laws are so siloed. right? And so that has driven some of the disconnect. So we do look for opportunities to find the connections. For those two examples, I think dry cleaners are, there's so much history with, and you know that history actually, about the lack of funding, for instance, to enable folks to adopt safer methods. And that's not something that we have taken on. I do think that would be a Cal EPA level. And that's going to be my theme in terms of response. We do need to connect across, but I think it's not just connecting across programs. We need to connect across Cal EPA. And there's some places where that's working really well. We have, good ongoing conversations about the PFAS chemicals across all of the boards and departments. Safer Consumer Products is considering other chemicals that they may add to the candidate chemicals list, and they're doing that because the Water Board has a challenge, or OEHA has raised a concern. So, and then there are implications for those actions on our cleanup program. So all that to say, I'm recognizing the problem, and it is a tough nut to crack, simply because the resources are, everybody's always focused on their particular universe. However, I think that's a conversation I would really welcome that we can continue, and like to just take that as an action item to give you a more thoughtful response.
Especially on the dry cleaning side, I think you're going to continue to invest in cleanup sites, and if dry cleaning sites are coming up as increasing your remediation workloads, can we do more upstream to address that?
Yeah, and Safer Consumer Products is a good framework because there have been regrettable substitutes rather than going to pretty benign practices.
Thank you. My second question you may or may not have an answer to now, so it's okay to do this later. But in your previous version of the strategic plan, I've read a reference to community trust metric, which is a really interesting concept because it's come up multiple times in the context of public engagement and how at least certain communities feel like there's some level of outreach, but it doesn't feel like there's a strong feedback loop where their information is being heard and responded to. So can you speak a little bit about where you are in the development of this trust metric, and if we can see more information in your follow-up strategic plan?
And that's one where this is precisely why environmental justice is the priority that it is, because we haven't made enough progress on metrics like that. I'm just going to be quite frank. We know we need to use surveys. We know we need to do this based on listening sessions. There are technology tools that we can bring to bear to gather information more efficiently and see the themes that come back when we gather feedback. But we have to start to put that in motion. I think the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee can help with that, but there's a lot we can do on our own.
My third question, can I keep going? Okay, my third question is about, you talked about metal shredders. Is DTSC engaging with ARB on this, or do you see there being more state agency coordination on metal shredders?
So I will say on metal shredders, if you look at those facilities, there are certainly air-related issues, as there's this light fibrous material that gets released and is very problematic. And the Air Board is very aware of that. And it has been on a case-by-case basis. It has not been at the state. It's been more the air districts that we've engaged with rather than the Air Board, I will say. And then the Water Board, however, again, there's been a lot of stormwater-related concerns over the years. And so we're in close communication with water boards about the concerns from these facilities. And we will, there's an awareness, but one of the things we did as we analyzed whether or not we should require permits was to look at all the different authorities and figure out where the authorities were sufficient and where the gaps were. And so our focus is on closing those gaps.
One last question. You referenced an EJ dashboard, and you also referenced the metrics that you will release as part of your strategic plan on Feb 10th, it sounds like.
Yes.
I've asked for more deeper engagement on metrics to both understand the process you're following and then also help shape it at the last few board meetings. So would love to stay engaged.
Yes.
However, I've seen in your slide that you expect to publish a version by Feb 10th. So my ask is the expectation that we will see it before Feb 10th so we can engage, or will you just publish it to the public as well, and that's when the board gets to engage?
The refresh is just a general, we're going to publish it. Of course, if you agendize it, we'll be in conversation about it. But there wasn't a plan to have that as a gating item before we went forward.
We don't have to solve this now, but perhaps Swati, if we can just work with you, or Georgette and I are on the metrics subcommittee, so we'd love to work with you to figure out how best to engage with DTSC on the metrics piece, because we're looking to
Yeah,
launch
so
that work
you will
stream.
see new KPIs, you will see new metrics. The overall goals haven't changed, the objectives maybe have evolved a little bit. It's as you get down into more detail that you start to see where things change. And one thing that you'll find in the refresh is some narrative about where, what's been completed and our assessment of where we've fallen short or where we've succeeded. So there'll be some context there that I think will be helpful for that conversation. But yes, we know you're chomping at the bit to have more conversations about metrics, and we're getting, well, obviously once you see the plan, you're going to have questions. But in terms of the dashboard evolution, it may be another month or 2 or 3 before you see the dashboard in a way that you can comment effectively on it.
So to provide more context, earlier today we spoke about the operating plan, and there was a series of public comments. And what I took away from the comments was the interest in having us as a board actively shape what DTSC is working on in terms of metrics and dashboards versus just reviewing the work product that comes out of it.
Right, but I guess we're talking about the same thing, because I keep talking about the feedback that you give us shaping what we do, but we have to start somewhere. And so we are going to start with a dashboard and with the metrics that you see in the strategic plan refresh, and we fully expect that they will evolve.
Thank you.
Okay.
Georgette, do you have questions?
Thank you. Very, very informative. And I really appreciate the areas in which we're focusing. Obviously, I'm going to lift up EJ constantly. And I do, one of the things that as I was preparing for this conversation is more, and I think I shared it also in our operating plan. Sorry, I'm echoing, right? And I want to get closer, is the EJ principles. And I would love to see that more embedded, specifically in the EJ component, the EJ area. I think we must do better for these communities that have been asked to if they're truly being heard, I think some of these sightings wouldn't have happened, but we are here, and I think now we're having to respond to the limited areas that we're able to cite some of these facilities. So I think we have to figure out a way in which we are doing better and improving the environment. And I think one is committing to the EJ principles, but then following that up is, I think we need to move forward with implementing a plan. And I don't know if I saw it anywhere, but implementing a plan in which we are asking some of these facilities to improve in the way that they're operating, right? So using technology to reduce their impacts. I think we must advance that conversation just because I think that's the only way in which we can respond to some of these impacts that we're seeing. So I don't know where that is, if at all, if that's being embedded into this vision. I didn't see it, or maybe I missed it.
It's such an interesting question, because on the one hand, we're trying to embed environmental justice principles into everything
And
we
it
do.
should. Mm-hmm.
And the executive team has had conversations. I've challenged the deputies to look at their programs and look at, for instance, the principles as defined by SEHA in their annual scorecard, report card, and look at the work they're doing through that lens. And that has shaped things like our racial equity framework, and that has shaped things like CVCI. But perhaps it's not explicit enough and not front and center enough. I will say that the work we're doing on SB 673 is very much, moving in the direction that you're describing. In terms of really challenging facilities to think about their impacts, think about what it means to be in these communities, and be informed by what community expectations are for what it means to be a good neighbor.
And then the other, I appreciate that, and I think that's where I see it more in the implementation of SB 675 as well, 673. My other question, you just reminded me, and not related at all, is public participation. I know that, in terms of engagement or even participation, I know that we're making a lot of reference to the EJAC, and I'm appreciative that we're going to move forward, hopefully quicker. But just overall improving and how we're engaging with the community, or even utilizing different tactics in which we're partnering with some of the communities, because we gotta, sometimes government institutions, we're one of them, sometimes the community doesn't see them as, a partner, right? So we gotta look beyond that, and we gotta do things differently. So I just think there needs to be a overhaul or an expansion on public participation. And I think even us, BES too, as well. I'm not just putting it all on DTSC, but I think a public participation and how it's done, conducted currently, needs to improve. And perhaps putting it somewhere in this plan would be beneficial in terms of committing to transparency and that real partnership. Yeah.
Again, I don't think it's as explicit, but I think it's intentional. So for instance, take that North Richmond example. The point of that is for it to be much more of a community-driven process, much earlier engagement, and not necessarily, and have a partner community, local group that facilitates the conversation, that's already trusted in the community, so that we know we're getting information and hearing things well. But is there an opportunity for those things to be more explicit? I think we should think about that.
Great. I think those are my comments. My last comment, sorry, I didn't finish that thought. My last comment is just, and maybe this is on the dashboard, but more of when should that community, and I know things are going to change, and because this is very dynamic, but should we put reference to in which quarter are we hoping to achieve certain milestones?
Yeah.
Is that part of the
I think we need to
dashboard?
reflect, there are many metrics that were conceptually there, but they're not measurable if there's not a time or a number or whatever. And so you will consider to see that evolution.
Okay.
As I said, for instance, with the racial equity framework, again, that's more internally facing, so maybe folks won't care about that as much, but as it gets released, the clarity will come on what it is we're delivering. So for instance, on SB 673,
That's what I was gonna use
releasing a
as an
new
example.
regulatory framework, I'm going to share with you that our team on that, for that project, had a retreat yesterday. And they worked all day, no interruptions, really wrestling with some very knotty problems, and made tremendous progress. I mean, I think it's, I can't see who's shooting daggers in my back.
No, they're
but-
smiling.
Are they? Yeah, and they're smiling because they're feeling,
silently.
there's really good progress.
Yeah.
And we do want to share it. So I will commit that by my next report, there'll be a firmer date on that metric.
Okay. Yeah, and I was going to use that as a specific example.
It's important.
It's important.
Absolutely critical.
Yeah.
December would be a disappointment.
Very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Georgette. Alexis. No, it's okay. Alexis.
Thank you for putting so much thought into this and presenting. One of the things I know we as a board would benefit greatly from is understanding the metrics, the KPIs, and the like as we look at this. And I know we're being asked to vote on this today, but I felt for the past number of months, I'm sort of missing that piece of what is the dashboard and what are the KPIs. So I'm hopeful that we can fill in that gap soon.
Was that?
Yeah, I think my fellow board members asked or touched on some of the things I had questions about. More importantly, the also related to the metrics and the dashboard, and then just if there's any idea of when we can get more more information on the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative. I know you talked about, still working on that, and as well as the cumulative impact portion of this. And I think it will be interesting on how to create metrics, because some things are will be hard to measure, but I think it's a good. I think I'm really pleased with a lot of this, especially the metal shredding facilities. I know that, as my work with the South Coast AQMD AB 617 Community Steering Committee for Southeast LA, I know that that's been something that I try to push through, and our district is actually, trying to pass through a new rule to push these facilities to have better management practices, because they don't. And so I'm glad to see, DTSC bring this up, and I would like to hear more information on how, there is that communication between DTSC and the local air district, because that is part of SB 158, And so as far as the environmental justice component, I think for me, it'll be really important to figure out how to measure engagement with the community, because, not just through Santa, but ex side there, even though some community members are happy with the communication there, we've also received complaints from community members who haven't been so happy with the communication, who haven't felt heard. And so I look forward to seeing how that has been addressed, or is going to be addressed or improved on. But I think the new approach to, as you mentioned, with North Richmond, working with a local community group that is well established and well respected, I like that idea, because I feel like, that's a good place to build trust. And I know it's hard to go back on Exide or on Santa Susana, but I think I don't know, maybe I'm hopeful, but I feel like there definitely needs to be better communication.
Thank you. And Meredith, having spent more time on this than some of the other board members did, I think I have a question that might address some overarching things that have come up. One, we talked, and I just want to have it out loud, that programs that are not mentioned, like the support programs, again, we talk about we're presuming that the support programs all engage in the execution of the priorities. So whether it's comms, admin, finance, we're not bringing those out or calling them out specifically. Did I express that correctly?
That is correct. In the strategic plan, you'll see, for instance, our 5th goal in the strategic plan is fiscal stewardship. And so you'll see some things that are very specific to our budget shop, to our financial services shop, and in the strategic plan deliverables for 2023. So there are some places where you're going to see that. But overall, none of these deliverables succeed unless our support programs are in lockstep with us.
The other piece, and I think that you really captured it when you said we have to look at trends, not just a snapshot in time. But the thing that struck me, which I think you know, one of my big priorities is communications. So you said they don't tell the story, right? So how we tell the story, all of us, I think, is increasingly important, because for some people, metrics just aren't going to tell them anything. I mean, they'll see it, they don't, it's important. It's important for strategic management. It's important when you're an executive, when you're operationalizing something, that you have to have metrics to measure. That's not a story, though. And I think connecting the metrics to what the goal was, the objective, and the impact on the community, having almost every story has 5 elements it's got to have, or 7 or 10 or whatever it is, and to be thinking of how we tell the story of the metrics, both how DTSC does, how the board does, how we come to understand it, because I think that's how we'll engage with the community more effectively. They don't want to hear numbers necessarily, because that's not they don't live in the numbers, they live in the town, or they live across from X. So how do we tell the story, how the number changes for the better affect them? What's different? So I'm interested in that piece of it, and I think down the line that will be an important part of basically implementing this to the ground. So that's something I'm looking forward to. And there's Ally, the comms person, smiling. I did it for you, Ally, but not really.
And
for those who
right
don't
behind
know-
her is our new
Right, Ally,
storyteller.
that and-
Our new
right, exactly.
storyteller.
Steve, right?
Yeah.
We now have a team over there, so very happy about that. I think you answered one thing that I think, whether it's quarterly or at the end of the year, that will be useful for us to look at when we talk about any challenges that have made it impossible to meet the timeline or to meet something, and really knowing what were the barriers. Was it resources? Was it staffing? And what are the barriers to that? I mean, we have a lot of conversations about, because you said we're not going to talk about hiring, but underneath it is hiring, right? It's the underbelly of all the challenges, right? If you don't have the staff and you can't retain the staff and you can't train the staff, you can't execute. So I think looking at a measure of, if you needed 100 people in this area and you only had 30, right? So I think we all need to understand, because one, we need to understand, and we'll be presenting to the legislature, and we'll be asking for things. I think measuring the barriers to the execution as we go, whether they're resource, staffing, laws in other states, conflicts like suddenly we're in wildfire thing and you're displaced and you're in Greenville and you really thought you'd be somewhere else. Those are important to understand, but to tell the story, and to tell the story with a community lens, right? So I know that the people in the fire areas that you had to redirect people to are very grateful for that, but the people over here would probably feel better if they heard from the people in Greenville, right, than us telling them that the resources weren't there. So I'm just looking for how we tell this story of DTSC going through, I don't want to call it reform, it's a transformation, it's really an investment, and how do we tell that story? So I feel like it's essential for all of us. And so with that note, if we have any public comment, unless you want to respond to that, you're nodding.
That's just
so I
very
think
good
we're on the same
input
page.
and a challenge.
Yeah.
We have to get out of our own way and kind of look through our eyes as we tell our stories, because we're a department full of geeks. We love numbers.
That's right.
What's not adequate about a number? So
I know.
We have some work to do.
And bless you for that, because we need the geeks to do the work. We just need to, it's humanizing in terms of the lived experience. And I think that's what we hear over and over from the communities, and you have as well. So I don't think it's news for Okay, so do we have any public comments in the room or out of the room? I'll let Sheena be in charge because when I'm in charge of that part, I mess it up.
So we will now open the floor for public comment in response to this agenda item. So those joining us on Zoom, if you would like to comment, please raise your virtual hands or press *9 on your phones. Are there any in-person participants that would like to comment? And while people are deciding whether they would like to comment, I would like to check in with the Spanish interpreters to see if there are any comments from the Spanish room. And as a reminder, this is a recorded Zoom, and through your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. As of right now, Madam Chair, I am not seeing any virtual hands nor in-person hands.
Well, it seems as if everyone read this report, loved this. I guess in wrapping.
If I may.
If you may.
It's a lot to digest.
Pardon?
It's a lot to digest.
It's a lot to digest. That said, we will be having, you have a comment now? Oh, of course. Okay, there you go.
Before I let Florence go, Angela posted a comment in the chat. She's asking, can you please list the permits you are prioritizing for the year?
Let's see. Chevron El Segundo. Cometco, Kettleman, Buttonwillow, Fibertech, Incorporated, Lawrence Livermore Labs. And Corteva, Dow Corteva. I'm sorry. PTI is already public notice. That's why that's.
Thank you for that question, and everybody heard the answer?
And we can find a way to make that more easily available, and we'll follow up with you about that.
Great, thank you.
And I have one Zoom hand raised. Florence, you may go ahead, please. Go ahead and turn on your camera if you like, and please restate your name and affiliation.
Thank you. My name is Florence Caribbean, and I'm the chair of the Del Amo Action Committee. This is a lot of information. So to try to kind of get it down to something that I have learned over the years, which is, what does the staff at DTSC think about all of this? What are they hearing about it? And how does that, I'm not asking that question to be answered, but how do they know that they're doing the work that they're supposed to be doing and the work that will be appreciated? And I make that comment having been a manager for some period of time and realizing how much humility that takes and how much you have to work at it, because you want people to understand where you're going, what are the most important things for them to do, and you want them to be with you on that journey. And I know that sounds kind of simplistic, but I think it's really very important. And I noticed in going through the people that are attending this meeting this afternoon that there were a lot of DTSC staff that were listening, that were here to hear the things that Meredith said. And I think that is terrific. A very good thing. And people want matrices and numbers and all those kind of things. Of course they do. But I think one of the breakdowns that happens with communities is feeling that they don't have any say and feeling that they are marginalized in the comments they have and the things that they care about. And somehow those two things go together. The other comment I have is tomorrow I will be talking, now the dog's barking. I will be talking with, I'll be going to a meeting that the California Air Resources Board is having on hexavalent chromium, which is a very dangerous chemical. And I'll have two comments. One is that they have to work together with other regulatory agencies. Some of the things they have in their rule would impact what DTSC does. And
30
the other,
seconds.
okay, and the other comment is to always look for new technologies and new ways of doing business. So thank you very much for an opportunity to comment. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Florence. Do we have any other comments?
Yes. I have Ivana. You may go ahead and you can share your video if you like. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Ivana Castellanos, and I am with Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles. I just wanted to build on some of the comments made by Sushma around the interagency, connecting the dots across departments and also with other agencies. And this is something that we have also been talking about, but more so from the kind of public engagement side, is that there really is, I think, a challenge for community members to navigate the agency and in understanding what each department does, how they connect, how it interacts with other agencies.
Dropped my drink is all.
And also, sorry, just to be able to navigate these agencies and to know where it is that they should be sharing any concerns or comments that they might have. So in general, I think something to address that would be very helpful to community members.
If I can speak to that one. Cal EPA has recognized this as a challenge for folks, and they're taking a different approach this year, specifically around enforcement issues, which is to assign people from different BDOs to be the central point of information gathering, independent of whether it's a water issue, an air issue, et cetera. And so they're assembling a team of folks who will work at the regional level and work on gathering the input and then coordinating across the agency so that there is more one-stop shopping. It's in its infancy. I think this is something, second half of the year, maybe we can report back on it, talk to you about, is it up and running and how it's going? But it's directly to this point. It is very challenging. Government is government, right? So it is challenging. And that's one reason why sometimes at the local level, we do work hard to make sure at our Exide meetings, we have the air district there, we have US EPA there, and it's important to do that. And we'll continue to keep that in mind as we move forward.
Thank you. And for those BDOs, boards, departments, and offices, right? Took me a while. I kept wondering what the heck a BDO was. But at any rate, I'm sure PSR knows what that is. But thank you for that. And I think that to that point, we can also think about inviting Cal EPA here, inviting Yana here, talk about things as they're pulled together, and again, there's a story there. So looking for the story of how that happens, or when an opportunity for people to work together happens, it'd be great to document that, report out on it. So anyway, I'm the dog on the bone on the comms piece, but I think it's very important, okay? Do we have any other comments from the public?
I don't see any Zoom hands raised. Are there any in-person comments? Seeing none, there are no additional comments, Madam Chair.
So my sense is that Dr. Williams has taken in your comments and made commitments in terms of responsiveness. The question is, are we approving the priorities as they are? Is there anything that requires a formal amendment, or do we have an understanding well enough to adopt the priorities as presented to us with an understanding that the discussion expanded on that and informed over the course of the last hour and a half.
Madam Chair, shall I take a stab at it?
Please do.
A quick check-in with board members of the major 3 strategic priorities that the director articulated, the 3 objectives. And beneath those, the main priorities articulated, we didn't add to those priorities, I would observe. We offered detailed questions about ways to augment, whether it was, as Georgette suggested, the quarter in which something happened, or Sushma's point around metrics and the like. And so that to me suggests follow-up and continued engagement as you have, and as we have benefit from at every board meeting. So my motion is that we move to approve this document and the director's priority with the understanding that it will be dynamic and continue to be updated and refined. We will learn more about metrics and dashboard and the like. And as we may suggest to the director changes, we could do so in the context of a board meeting.
Can you translate that to a motion? Do you want that whole thing in the motion?
I guess not.
I mean, there's the understanding piece. That could be the preface, and now
yeah.
there's the motion.
I move that, go ahead.
I'm coming back to the point about public engagement. I realize that public engagement can be woven into the execution of everything that's listed in the priority document. I also feel like it rises to a level of importance that it be integrated and written out into the priorities because of the volume of public engagement related comments we've received, the frequency and the sort of the intensity of the stakeholder comments around feeling like they're not being responded to and so on. So I'm happy to sort of, approve the structure the way it's laid out with the understanding that there be a build on objective 2 related to public engagement. Because if it's not if we believe collectively that it's important, then we also have to believe that it rises to the level of importance where it gets integrated into the director's priorities. Because if it doesn't live in the director's priorities, I wonder if we can make a step change happen across the department where public engagement is changed in a meaningful way.
Just want to be clear, are you talking about adding something that is called public engagement as a priority?
As part of the we talked about objective 2 being the execution-focused
As an
objective.
objective or a priority?
As a priority within objective 2.
Okay. Anyone else want to comment on that? And then I'd like to hear from Dr. Williams. You can pull that down a little bit, I know.
I still want to touch it. Just joking. No, I definitely support that. I too was going to make a comment about that. Although I also agree with Sushma about the importance of it and how it lives in everything that we do. I do think that we need to uplift it and make it its own priority just to ensure that even as we're evaluating programs, we need to, I will love for us to look at, okay, how does public engagement looking like for the whole agency? So definitely support that. Yeah, so that's all.
Anybody else want to comment on that recommendation from Sushma? Yeah, Dr. Williams?
Very good input. And we do have some things in the strategic plan that we may be able to build on in order to augment some public engagement priority and make it more explicit. So we're very receptive to that.
Just a clarifying comment. So the public engagement aspect, yes, there's multiple ways to integrate it, but am I hearing you suggest that the strategic plan priorities is the place where it would live?
Because I'm not remembering precisely what the strategic plan calls for in this area, What I was actually suggesting was that was a good starting point to develop maybe a priority that's directly responsive to the conversation today. If by chance the strategic plan prioritized actions and metrics are directly on point, we'll just pull them up into the document. But if they're in the neighborhood, but not quite there, then I think we need to give it some further thought.
So what I'm hearing is you're open to including that.
course.
You're going to look to see if it's in one place. If not, when we come to the next board meeting, we'll have a paragraph or whatever
Yeah.
on that. Is
Yeah.
that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that satisfying? Adding a section that Meredith will develop a section on public engagement. We'll bring it to the next board meeting. Pardon?
No, as a priority within the environmental justice and racial equity. That was, at least that was my interpretation of the conversation.
So we as a board also ran through this philosophical debate about some things are so fundamental. Do they live as such strategic objectives, or are they really guiding principles? Like environmental justice is both a guiding principle for us and as well as a strategic objective. I'm open to where you think is the right place. I personally feel like it rises to the level of importance of being listed under a strategic objective, where under either sustained performance seems like the good place, because the way you execute it, you execute it in a way that drives deep, meaningful public engagement. However, I'm open to where it lives. I do think it deserves to be called out, and not just within the strategic plan, but be pulled out as part of priorities, just given the community need that we're hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, I would definitely would love to see it as its own objective, just because we're giving it a little bit more of an emphasis. So if that's
Okay. So I'm hearing I just heard two different things.
Did
Okay.
you?
I'm just
I heard
making
two
sure.
different things.
Okay. I'm asking for an objective, for it to be another objective, public participation.
I talked about it being nested within the sustained performance objective.
Okay.
Will you
Can I
come
just-
back?
Can I jump in?
Yeah, please do, jump.
These are your priorities, and if we agree with your priorities, we should endorse the document with a proviso that we have recommended certain things to you. I don't think that we should be in the position of editing your document. We are, as a board, have our own set of responsibilities and are going to be coming forward with our priorities, which you might want to rewrite in the same way. So let's find a way to go forward with the suggestions that we want to capture in a motion. And then there's plenty more detail that's coming up that you have promised us.
One suggestion, you may, in your motion, identify a task force of 2 board members. If you want to do it that way, if you want to have some more hands-on guidance in the interim to work with the department to bring something back that, would be suitable and have kind of more control that way, I think that's a tool in your arsenal if you wanted to include that in the directive. It's an option.
I think you heard Sushma's interest and you heard Georgette's. And we want some, I'm hearing the board looking for more emphasis on public engagement.
Got it.
So I
And
think
and let me
that will be
just say that
included.
this exercise includes you next year saying whether or not we were successful. And I'm guessing that if we don't address this issue somehow, you won't consider us as having been successful. So I'm taking that away.
Right, okay, thank you. So we're adding public engagement weaving into this document in the way that's most appropriate for you to be able to execute it and for us to come back and have a way to measure it. Is that fair? Okay, so I think we've done that. I think we have one last public comment, and then we're going to wrap this. Oh, we have a motion on the floor. Can we have public comment now, or since we already started the motion? Okay, we'll have public comment now. What?
Cynthia, You may go ahead. Please state your name and affiliation.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Babbage. I'm with the Del Amo Action Committee. I'm the director. And I just wanted to thank you very much, board, for bringing up the problems that we've been having with public participation. And I just really wanted to interject as a community person and let Meredith and DTSC know that we have found engaging with them on their Zoom calls very unfulfilling. We don't know who's on the call with us. We are not able to chat. It feels like a very confined and constrained environment. And if it's somebody doesn't like what we're saying, then we feel simply cut off. So I would say that I'm always happy to discuss with the agency ways that things could be better. But I just really wanted to thank the board for taking that to heart in the numerous complaints that we've made and the hopes that we could engage in a process with two-way dialogue and not be managed. People who've been doing this for a long time in communities know that we're being managed. We don't like it. And the only reason that we continue to participate is because it's deeply important to us to have a solid and strong state environmental protection agency. So I just didn't want you not to know that the community people aren't hearing you and aren't appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Cynthia. Do we have a last comment or are we done?
No, that was the last comment, Madam Chair.
I'm going to ask Alexis Hacker to restate her motion and then get a second.
I'll second.
Well, she has to restate it first.
After she says the motion, I'll second.
All righty. I move that we approve the DTSC 2023 objectives and priorities with the understanding that it will be updated, an iterative document, and give greater emphasis to community engagement.
Second for that motion.
Second.
Again?
Yes.
Okay,
again.
great.
For the second time, I'll second it.
Sheena, will you call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeannie Rizzo.
Aye.
Sushma Bhatia.
Yes.
Georgette Gomez.
Yes.
Alexis Strauss-Hacker.
Aye.
Lizette Ruiz.
Yes.
We have 5 yeses. The motion passes unanimously as presented for the 2023 DTSC priorities.
Excellent, thank you.
Before we move on, I know there was a comment in the chat. It was afterward, but I think it's still important to state because it relates to the objectives. So Sheena, if you could state the comment that was in the chat, please.
This comment was posted by Angela. She says 25125.7 requires the board to review the department's performance as compared to its objectives. Therefore, the objectives are really important. If the objectives are not in line with the BES's expectations, it may be important to have clarity. That was the end of the comment.
Thank you, and that's part of why we are doing this and why we asked the director to bring the priorities to this meeting with the intent that next January, in December and so, we'll be doing the evaluative process and we'll be reporting in a January or early February meeting in 2024. Gosh. And at that time, the new priorities, whatever the priorities for that year, will be presented. So we're going to routinize this and learn from it. So as we go during the course of the year, I know that this document will inform the regular reports that we have. And that's going to make that part make more sense because we know the things that we need to and want to cover every time you come to one of our board meetings. And so there'll be no surprises. We'll be tracking this over the course of the whole year. So that's a real plus. And thank you for all the effort that you and your team put into this. Much appreciated. And we accomplished an SB 158 goal, so let's have a little round of happiness here. Thank you. Okay, that agenda item is closed, and I have no idea where we are. Give me 1 minute. Yes, it's easy now. We will now hear from the executive officer, Swathi Sharma, and she'll give us her report. Thank you.
Thank you. As noted earlier by Madam Chair Rizzo, we decided to postpone the BES 2023 priorities because we wanted to, one, hear about DTSC's priorities as well as the operating plan and make sure that there was alignment and approval on those two ends. So at the March board meeting, we'll have a presentation about BES's priorities for 2023. Just a quick update, we do have a current position that's posted. It's Environmental Program Manager 1. It's currently posted and it closes on 1/31. So I encourage anybody that finds it interesting and wants to come work with us to apply. We are in the process of conducting a couple of interviews for a current position for the Senior Hazardous Substance Engineer. We also anticipate that we will be posting a few more positions in the coming weeks. So keep posted on our website. And we can go on to next slide, please. Contracts, I wanted to let the board know that we plan to continue our contract with Cal Interpreting and Translation Services to provide interpretation and translation services for the board meetings and board needs. As you all know, if the contract is $50,000 or less, then it's up to the EO to decide on that contract. So unless there's any pressing objections, I plan to proceed with that contract. It would be for 1 year and up to $50,000. And next slide, please. Upcoming board meetings. As you all heard, we changed one of the board meeting dates this morning. So as you can see, these dates are a bit dynamic. So our next board meeting is March 23rd, and it will be held in San Diego. The next board meeting after that is April 27th, which we plan and anticipate to hold in Richmond. And we have upcoming board meetings. We're still deciding on what locations those will be at. And there's a few moving pieces that will help us decide where, if they'll be back here at headquarters or if it'll be elsewhere in California. As a reminder, the board must hold at least 3 of their meetings throughout the state of California. And we look forward to those meetings. I think we really enjoy being on the road. So to highlight some of the upcoming dates, we have June 15th, July 27th, September 7th, October 26th, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's either a November or December board meeting that's added. Any questions from any of the board members? All right, that's it on my...
Thank you. I think the one thing that I know you've been working on with Deputy Director Negri is to have a report at the next board meeting on budget, and I know we're in the process
For DTSC, yeah,
For
DTSC's
DTSC.
budget and hiring update,
And
yes.
we'll be evaluating our budget and hiring
Yes.
update and looking at a process for budget change proposals as we evaluate our own staffing needs and the budget that was allocated to us as we look at our workload coming up. So we have plenty to do on that. Taking a lot of responsibility for that one.
Any questions from...
Any other questions, comments for?
Any public comments?
Any public comments on the executive officer's report?
At this time, we are taking public comment in response to this agenda item. If there are any comments, please raise your virtual hand. Are there any in-person comments? Seeing none in person. I do not see any virtual hands raised at this time, Madam Chair. Are there any comments on the Spanish line? Thank you, Jeanette, for confirming. Madam Chair, there are no comments at this time.
So thank you to our executive officer. Her short report does not reflect nearly the level of work that she does and certainly did to pull this meeting together. I will just say that out loud. Okay, thank you. Are there any board member reports? I know there was a lot of work done on different subcommittees. Are there reports beyond your what you've already reported on? Alexis?
On behalf of Liz, Greg, and I just wanted to not go into the level of detail from this morning, but to say that we had conducted outreach to 180 tribal governments in California, that each of those tribes received a tailored letter from you, Madam Chair, and we had heard back from one representative, and during the 30-day period in which we expect to hear back, there may be further things to report at the next meeting. Would you add?
No.
Great. Anything else you want to?
Not on
On any of your work?
Yes. And you can fill in, Sushma, if I miss anything. But for hazardous waste management report, we did meet with Wayne, Ryan, and Diana earlier this month, and we did talk about what the progress was so far with the information gathered for the report and the work on the report, and it's still work in progress. They do hope to have it ready for us for our March meeting, and I'm not sure if anybody would add anything, but it would, the invitation stands, even though the date has changed for you guys to present to us. And also, if there's any other comments, I did see that there's the comment form at the hazardous waste management plan part of the DTSC website. It's dtsc.ca.gov/hazardous-waste-management-plan. /.
You got that?
And I guess Georgette can follow up with or do a report back on the EJ.
Great.
I'll just add one quick note on the hazardous waste management plan. What we took away from the conversations with DTSC is that there have been public engagement efforts or outreach efforts, but the engagement has not been very meaningful in terms of the kinds of input coming into the DTSC team working on the plan. So would love to hear more public engagement and comments on this. There have been opportunities to provide comments, so please engage and give us input early on. We have requested that the DTSC team make the draft summary available for our review. So looking forward to seeing the draft summary. Thank you.
And that's referred to as the hazardous waste management report.
Yes.
Okay? Because the plan comes after the report by a couple of years, maybe, unless we can all speed that up, unless we can make it happen sooner. So I just want to be sure we all have clarity on the language.
There's not much aside from there's been some changes, obviously, that DTSC has been going through. There's going to be interim deputy on the environmental justice that we're going to be meeting with hopefully soon, next week, actually. And that's going to help us advance the development of the EJAC. So hopefully sooner rather than later, we're going to get that going.
Great. No, it was wonderful to have Deanna come and seek us out today so that she could meet with you and be at the ready. So I think there's real eagerness for the next step on that one. Thank you. Anybody else? Pardon? I think we'll move on now to public comments for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at this time, we will open the floor for public comments not on the agenda. For those of you joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hands or press *9 on your phones. For those that have joined in person, please You can come up, sir. While the in-person participants are queuing up, I would also like to take this time to check in with the Spanish interpreters to see if there is anyone in the Spanish rooms that would like to comment. And again, this is for items not on the agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. I will notify you when there's 30 seconds and then when your time has expired. And if you anticipate that your comment will be longer than 3 minutes, please request that time extension from the board chair at the start of your comment. Please restate your name and affiliation.
Button up top.
Green, how about that? I did it. Again, my name is Eric Nolan with General Public. And first, I want to say great meeting today. I think we've got a lot of information and a lot of progress made, and I just continue to encourage you to do that. My comment or recommendation is more, at this time, is probably more procedural, more specific. I maybe should have made this comment while Dr. Williams was still here because it kind of applies to that. In particular, I was interested in the e-screen cumulative impact aspect of prioritizing sites, prioritizing facilities, permitted facilities, or even any facilities. And I wanted to bring up the fact that, we are living in a time of climate change. I think we all recognize that, obviously. And while there's a lot of effort towards net zero by 2030, all those things that are going on in the sustainability world, the truth is we're going to be having climate change issues for quite some time. And these do impact the facilities that we're talking about, permitted facilities, generators with hazardous waste that's not necessarily permitted, but at least it is generated. And those facilities are in communities that potentially could be impacted by climate change related activities or conditions. It's very clear with the weather that we had come through in January that there was significant flooding. There was a lot of snow. We'll have likely a lot of runoff from the snow. There was landslides. There was mass wasting. So I would like to see DTSC, in particular, maybe the board help support this through prioritization, is that as a part of the cumulative impact analysis is to also consider geohazards or natural hazards associated with facilities that we might be either permitting or inspecting. We have issues with sea level rise. That's a longer term issue, but it is occurring. We certainly have issues with flooding. We have issues with the urban wildland interface and with wildfire. That's been going on for several years, and I think we need to take a serious look at how hazardous materials, hazardous waste facilities may be impacted by wildfire. Burning hazardous materials cause a lot of issues, and so we need to be aware of that as well. And I know DTSC does a lot of work in cleaning up those facilities after a wildfire, but I think looking forward, look at the facilities that are existing in those areas that are permitted or otherwise generating waste and need to be inspected. That should be an aspect of the inspection or the permitting evaluation and priorities. So that's the comment I'd like to make.
Thank you, and that's for the record, and I'm sure the 673 work team. I know that there's a strong relationship with the Ocean Protection Council talking about sea level rise. I think the whole Richmond pilot in part will take into consideration sea level rise in the bay. So, I mean, to that one point, I know it's on their mind, but I think I'm seeing note-taking. So consider yourself well heard. Thank you for that. Any other public comments?
Are there any in-person comments? No, seeing none in person. There are also 0 hands raised on Zoom, Madam Chair.
Okay. Well, there you have it then. Let's talk about the minutes of the last meeting, because that's always the most exciting and public engagement part of our meeting, are the comments on the minutes. Alexis? December 12th minutes? You've all read them, right?
Folks may recall that we had met in Bakersfield. Are there any proposed changes to the minutes? Not. May I hear a motion?
This is Liz. I move to approve the minutes from Bakersfield.
I can second.
Call the roll.
Jeannie Rizzo,
Yes.
Sushma Bhatia,
Yes.
Georgette Gomez, Alexis Strauss-Hacker,
Yes.
Lizette Ruiz.
Yes.
We have 5 yeses. The motion passes unanimously for the December 12 board meeting minutes. Thank you.
All right, so we're now at the place, does anyone have any closing remarks, closing comments about today's meeting, or anything you want to leave us all and our people on Zoom with, and all these wonderful people in the room?
Big thank you to Alexis, Liz, and Greg for all the work on the appeals. I know I've said this before, but in reviewing the documents again and seeing how thoughtful and methodical you've been, and for an extended period of time, just I'm grateful that you're so leaned in on this, so thank you. And of course, thank you to the rest of the board for engaging with me on the operating plan topic, and members of the public, folks that are still in the room, engaging with us, thank you. And thank you, Jeannie, for your humor and chocolate.
And the chocolate. It's not about the humor, it's about the chocolate. Okay. Georgette?
No comments, just my gratitude for everybody. Thank you.
I just wanted to, I know everybody is extremely hardworking on this small but mighty team, but I just wanted to do 2 special shout outs today. One is for Greg. I know there's an influx of a lot of information that has come in. You've worked tirelessly with the subcommittee, so thank you for all of your, input on permit appeals, and so thank you. And then 2, Sheena has put in, I don't know, in the last 3 days, probably 150 hours, even if that's not possible. I know, Aaron, you didn't hear that, but Sheena has just really, you've just been so amazing. And so you've put in so many hours, and just appreciate everything that you're doing to hold us all up together. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
When we spoke earlier about tribal engagement, I neglected to thank the DTSC team led by Anieli, who had prepared on very short turnaround a map of all of the federally recognized tribes in California respective to the permitted hazardous waste facilities. We were able to include that link in our outgoing letters, but I neglected to thank her and her team for their work on that, as well as Jeff Seltzer, whom we mentioned earlier, for helping us get the letters out. If I may, Madam Chair, I could just recap what we're likely to bring to the March agenda in San Diego with the new date. Our executive officer is going to present the board's 2023 priorities, so a follow-on from what Director Williams had done for DTSC. We're looking forward to the DTSC team presenting the hazardous waste management report. And then it's very likely that the permit appeals team will have an agenda item.
Another fun-filled and jam-packed board meeting coming up, it sounds like.
I just wanted to also express my gratitude to the board, my fellow permit appeals team members, Greg, all your hard work, Sheena, your incredible hard work. It's really amazing how much you've sacrificed these last few days for us, and it's really appreciated and seen. And thanks to all the audience who participated in all the workshops we've had since the last board meeting. We really do value your input and your ideas, and you really make us work because we really do try to incorporate as much as we can within reason. So thank you all.
Okay, and I want to, you'll see the names of all the people up on the board on the screen. This is what it takes to put a meeting together that's accessible, it's interactive, that allows for us to be in public engagement and to get the best sense. I think one of the reasons that there are over 100 people on our meetings is because there is the option of leaving us a chat and communicating and participating. So I'm grateful for that, and I know it means a lot of extra work for the Gabriellas and the Jessicas and the Sheenas and Swathi, but I know we all as a board really appreciated having the opportunity to hear from people directly and to engage when a response is called for, as opposed to just thanking them for their comment, which is unsatisfying at times when there is a response that we can make or that we should make. So I'm appreciative of all of that and of this board getting through 1 year, and we're still here. Nobody's quit. We're all happy, right? Look at that. See, big smiles, lots of chocolate. So mostly I want to thank everybody who participated in Zoom and all of you here, and the DTSC, Cal EPA teams who have been nothing but supportive to us all along the way. And we won't have any excuses anymore. Once the 1 year's up, we can stop saying we're new. So we'll focus on delivering for year 2. So thank you all very much, and I need a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I move we adjourn.
I think we have a consensus to
Yes,
adjourn.
second.
Okay, well, thank you all so much. The meeting is adjourned.